Hello everyone and welcome to my Laravel API course for absolute beginners. In this tutorial, I'm going to teach you what is REST API and how to build production-ready APIs using a Laravel framework. If you don't know me, my name is Zura. I have 13 plus years of experience working as a professional software developer, and my mission is to help you build your dream projects sooner. If that sounds interesting to you, please subscribe to the channel. This tutorial is for beginners. You don't need prior knowledge of Laravel. You just need a little bit of knowledge of PHP and object-oriented programming. We're going to start from scratch. We're going to understand what is a RESTful design principles. We're going to create new Laravel project. We're going to learn the basics of Laravel, routing controllers, how to work with models, migrations. Then we're going to build basic REST CRUD API endpoints. We're going to implement registration and authentication. We're going to learn how to protect our roles from guest users. We're going to learn how to rate limit our REST APIs so that we only allow like X amount of requests per minute or per second. We're going to also implement real-world API endpoints. We're going to upload image into our API endpoint and use OpenAI's API and GPT-4o model to generate prompt out of the uploaded image. And then you can take this prompt and put in any image generation model to generate similar image. That part is really important because we're going to learn how to use OpenAI's package, how to talk to third-party APIs, how to use a large language models in our project. We're going to implement versioning in our REST API. We're going to also understand what is CORS, so-called CORS, which is stand for cross-origin resource sharing. And we're going to create a very simple basic Vue.js application, and we're going to connect from Vue.js application into our API, and we're going to understand how to solve CORS problems. And we're going to also create tests for our REST API endpoint. And finally, I'm going to teach you how to deploy your production-ready API on custom domain, assign SSL to it, and have this automatic deployment setup as well. Whenever you push something, it is going to be automatically deployed to the server. And for the deployment, we're going to use new open source package, which simplifies the deployment process a lot. As a choice of the hosting solution, we're going to use Hostinger, who is also sponsoring this video. Go to hostinger.com/thecodeholic and you're going to find their Black Friday sale. You get 80% off and you can get the hosting for $2.49 per month. I personally have been using Hostinger and I think it's one of the best hosting providers out there, if not the best, for shared hosting exclusively. It's really affordable, it's really simple to deploy your projects, and it comes with a lot of benefits. As an example, you can get this business plan hosting for $3.29, which includes ability to deploy up to 50 websites. You have 5 mailboxes per website as well, 50 gigs of world's fastest storage, and you get the free domain as well, SSL certificates, and MySQL databases, and backups, and a couple of other useful things. If you decide to get the hosting, I recommend to choose the large period. If you're dedicated to the project and you know you're going to need that, I recommend to get this, choose this for a larger period of time. And if you provide my coupon code, you're going to get extra discount, and finally, the hosting will be under $3. And believe me, the deployment part is going to be really fun. We're going to use this open source package. I created this open source package, and we're going to install this in our project. And with just one Artisan command, we're going to deploy our project on shared hosting, and also automatic deployment will be set up for us. The proper workflow file will be generated, the proper secrets and connection from the GitHub to the server will be set up, and next time when you push something, it's going to be deployed automatically, and it's going to be really fun. Believe me, you're going to need to have a look at the deployment section. Go to hostinger.com/thecodeholic or click to the first link in the video description and start with this Black Friday sale, and hurry up because it is going to end soon. During this course, if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comment section down below. I will do my best to answer all your questions. However, if you want me to be your personal mentor in terms of coding and building real-world applications, or if you want one-to-one coaching, you can reach me on Instagram. All right, if you are as much excited as I am right now to show this course to you, please leave a like and let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. Let's talk about some essential concepts which are crucial to understand before start building your own REST APIs. We're going to understand what is REST and what are RESTful design principles. REST stands for Representational State Transfer, is an architectural style for building APIs using HTTP protocol. Each URL represents a resource, like users, posts, or orders or products, and HTTP methods define the actions on those resources, such as reading resource, updating resource, creating resource, and so on. There are several core principles, which is the default state, default behavior of the REST. Statelessness. No session state stored on the server. So every request is independent from the previous request, and the server does not have any information about the user or about the previous request of the user, unless we send specific token in every request to identify who is the user making request. Client-server separation. Backend and frontend are independent. So that's the crucial part of REST API. Backend is an independent API, and frontend can be anything. It can be a mobile application, client, it can be a web application, it can be Android TV application, anything basically that can send requests into the API can be client of that API, and they can be absolutely independent. All right, uniform interface. There is consistent, predictable endpoints. All endpoints are named, all resources are named in a plural form, and that gives you ability to have this consistent and predictable endpoints for new resources. Responses define caching rules. There's a layered system in case of REST API. It supports load balancers and proxies as well, and everything is basically resource-based. We are going to focus on nouns, not verbs, and we're going to have nouns in plural forms. Let's see an example. Resources and endpoints. So, correct API endpoints will be API/users, API/posts, not API/get users or API/create post. If we want to get a specific resource, we still use plural form, API/users/1, API/post/22. If we want to get the nested relationships, such as all posts for the user 1, we still use the same approach, API/users/1/posts. So that's the basic rule of resources and API endpoints in REST. Now, let's talk about HTTP methods. There are 5 core HTTP methods. There are a few more. Totally, I think there are 7, but these 5 are the core HTTP methods. Get, which is for reading the information. Post, which is for creating the information. Put, for updating the information. Patch, also for updating the information. And delete, for deleting the information. Here's an example. We are reading all posts, a list of posts, or we are reading a specific post with get method. We are creating a post with post method. We are updating a post with the put method or patch method. And we are deleting the post using delete method. The difference between put and patch is that typically when we make requests using put method, we replace the entire resource with the new one we send. So we update it, yes, but we replace. Let's say the resource has 10 properties, so we send only 7. The other 3 will be like a lost or null values will be written inside. However, when we send patch requests, we can only send one property if we want to update only one property, and that one property will be updated. So that's the idea of patch. All right, now let's talk about some consistent naming conventions. So when we have REST API resources, and if those resources especially are combined of like multiple words, let's say country products. So we use the following naming. All will be in a lowercase, And we're going to use snake case or kebab case approach. Lowercase, snake case, or kebab case. All right. So as I mentioned, if we have like country products, that will be country underscore products or country dash products. That should be the proper resource name in the URL. All right. So we talked about that we're going to avoid verbs in the URLs, and this is the correct, this is incorrect. We're going to have everything in a plural form. All right. Now, let's talk about some important HTTP status codes, because understanding status codes is crucial for building the REST APIs, but also building a client, whether that's going to be a mobile application or web application, that uses the REST API, because you should understand what each status code means when the REST API returns them. We have three main groups of status codes in REST API: 200 status codes, 400 status codes, and 500 status codes. Okay, so 200 means success. If we get 200 okay, that means that our request successfully completed. 201 typically means that the request successfully completed and a new record was created in the database. And 204 means that the request has been successfully completed and nothing is necessary to be returned. Inside 400 status codes, we have a little bit of more options, like 400 means bad request, user sent some invalid input. 401 is unauthorized, user was not properly authorized and probably missing expired token, something like this. Forbidden means that user doesn't have permission to perform that specific action. Let's say the user is trying to delete somebody else's post, right? So that's going to be forbidden. User, like when user is trying to delete a non-existing post, we're going to get the not found error, and this 200, 400 and 22 typically means that the validation was failed. We also have 429, which means that we are sending too many requests in a short period of time, and there are a couple of more. In case of 500 server error codes, we have 500, which is the main error code, which means something unexpected happened on the server, but we also have 502, 503, and a couple of others. All right, so all of them typically means that there is some issue on the server, not in the client. When you get something related to 400, you should know that the issue is on your side, so you're doing something incorrect. But in case of 500, the server has some issue. All right. So now let's talk about request and response format. So we use typically JSON to exchange data recently. Previously we had XML, but I'm not going to talk about XML right now. JSON stands for JavaScript Serialized Object Notation, and it looks like this. So if this is the first time you're coming across to JSON, this is how it looks like. We have curly braces. Inside curly braces, we have some key, and then we have colon, and then we have the corresponding value of that key. As an example, in this case, we have data, then colon, and then the following object corresponds to the data. Inside that object, we have ID, colon, and then 1 corresponds to ID. We have name, and 0 corresponds to name, and we have email as well. All right, so this is going to be the typical request, what we're going to send when we want to just update one specific user. Let's say we want to change the name. So we're going to provide new name here and send something like this. In case of error responses, we're going to also expect to receive JSON, and this is one example how you might receive the following response, that this like we have the field name and we have the message, but this is just one example. So in our Laravel application, we might receive error responses in a different format. All right, so here are a couple of best practices which I want you to pay attention. We're going to never return HTML or plain text. We're going to always try to include helpful error messages. We're going to use camel case or snake case consistently. We are not going to mix them. Snake case, as I mentioned, when we use underscore. This is the snake case example. Camel case is when every first letter of a next word is uppercase, like C in this case, and the first letter is always lowercase. And in case of pagination, we're going to always provide some additional helpful metadata. All right, now let's talk about versioning, because versioning is crucial when building REST APIs if you plan to scale your API. Why? Because when you just release your API initially the first time, you have something different and people start using that, and after 1 year you decided to change something and you made so crucial changes that those people's API usages were completely crashed. So the clients which we are using your API and you made some important changes, some crucial changes, which changed the response as an example, or request structure, how you accept the data or how you return the data, those clients were crashed. Okay, they are not working anymore. That's why if you decide to make such big changes in your API, it's important to release a new version. In this case, we have API/version1 users. Let's say this is the one you initially released, and after 1 year, you made a very big and important changes, for which you just simply created new API endpoint. And let's say you gave your users like 6 months notice. Hey, we now released new version of the users resource, and please start using that, because after 6 months we're going to drop the version 1 users resource and it's going to be completely gone. If you want, so you can do this as well if you think like the version 1 should not be supported anymore. All right. And the whole idea is that we're going to support multiple versions at the same time during this transition period. We deprecate old versions and then we simply remove them. Awesome. Now let's talk about what is statelessness. So we have self-contained requests, which means that every request is isolated. It doesn't have anything common with the previous request, and we send the whole information, what we need the server to know in this specific request. Okay? No server-side sessions, we don't have sessions, which means that no information about the user is saved on the server side, and the only information that can identify who is the user is transferred inside the request itself, like a JW token as an example. Benefits is the scalability. Any server can handle any request, and that's a very, very good thing. Simplicity, we don't need session management, and that makes it very simple. The scalability part is also an example when we have multiple clients, like we have, because we don't have sessions, we don't have anything like this. We can use, we can create mobile application using the same API. We can use web application. We can create web application with the same API, and so on. We have caching as well. Responses are easier to be cached, and we have reliability as well because we don't have session state to lose. And because of this, we can create multiple clients out of the same API. That's also a great thing. Now, in case of pagination, filtering, and sorting, this is also supported in the RESTful API, and here we have typical examples. Let's say we want to get the posts from the second page, and per page we want only 10 items. This would be a typical example. Let's say we want to sort the items, sort the posts by the created at in descending order, meaning the latest created post should be at the top of the list. This is how we typically would do this. We would be able to make the request on the following URL. And in case of filtering, we can also specify we want to filter the post with the author ID equals 3 and status to be published. Okay, that's also a really great thing. And finally, we are going to stay consistent and we're going to preserve some standards. All right, so resource name should be in plural form, as I mentioned, that's the one thing. And based on the framework you're using to build REST APIs, you should follow that framework standards. We're going to maintain these predictable patterns, again, plural nouns. In case of our REST API, we're going to use Laravel, and we're going to leverage Laravel features. We're going to use resource controllers and API resource classes to follow these standards, which is going to be a great thing, believe me. And we in some cases, and in our case as well, but in some cases in other frameworks as well, there are abilities to automatically generate RESTful API routes. And that's a great thing, because when the framework automatically generates those routes, like, they are going to be in a consistent way always. When you manually write something, you might make some typo there, or you might name it inconsistently a little bit, although you should try to be very consistent. But when automatically generate the roads, that's going to be always consistent. And Laravel's API resource also creates the standard roads automatically in the following way, and we're going to see this in action. All right. And the last example, a real world case example, would be using the following command: PHP Artisan make controller post controller dash API. That would create a controller with 5 methods inside. One method, index method, will be to list all the posts. Show method will be to get a specific post. Store method would be responsible to create a post. Update method to update the post, and destroy method to delete the post. And this would be the URL examples for each of them, for 5 of them. All right, now that's the theory. Now let's focus on the practice. Because I want to make this tutorial very beginner friendly, I'm going to mention a couple of very basic things around Laravel, such as the laravel.com website itself, which is going to be the main point. If you are looking for some information from the documentation, you just click on docs and it's going to redirect you into the official docs. Laravel 12 is the latest version at the moment when I'm recording this, and you can have a look everything what you are looking for in the documentation. I'm going to also mention Laravel CRUD, which is the Laravel development environment for Windows and for Mac OS. If you are one of these operating systems, then you can go with Laravel CRUD. It's the perfect tool. It gives you Composer, which is the package manager for PHP. It gives you the PHP versions, and you can easily switch between different PHP versions. It gives you also Node.js and NPM, which is also very important when building Laravel websites. Not necessarily for Laravel APIs, but for Laravel websites, for building JavaScript, CSS assets, building the frontend frameworks, it is crucial. And it also gives you SQLite database out of the box for free. In CRUD Pro, you can get the MySQL as well. So if you are on Mac or on Windows, I really recommend to get Laravel CRUD, make it up and running. At the moment, I am on Linux operating system on Ubuntu, and if you are a Linux user, I assume you are a little bit more advanced user and you know how to set up PHP, how to set up Composer on your Linux operating system. So if this is the case, I just trust you that you can set up PHP, Composer, and SQLite package as well on your operating system. So in my case, I'm on Ubuntu, so I'm going to simply create new project using terminal. But before I do this, I'm going to mention 2 coding editors. One is VS Code. Again, I'm trying to make this tutorial very beginner friendly. That's why I mentioned VS Code, but there's very low chance that you don't know what is VS Code. So VS Code comes with AI as well. And Cursor AI, which is my preferred choice of AI-based coding editor. I have both, and I'm going to start with VS Code in this tutorial. So if you want to evolve and move your development into the next step, I also recommend to get Cursor and get the Cursor subscription as well. But for the beginning, VS Code is totally fine. It is free. You can get it. You can start it. All right. So now I'm going to create my first Laravel API project. And for this, we need to make sure that we have a Laravel installer in our project. For this, we're going to execute the following Composer command. Composer global require Laravel /installer. Again, if you install Laravel CRUD on Windows or on Mac, you're going to have Composer command. Then you can execute this Composer global require Laravel /installer. On Ubuntu, you have to manually install the Composer, after which you will be able to execute the following command. Now, I'm updating my Laravel installer. It seems like there's a new version since I last installed that, after which I'm going to navigate into my folder where I typically put all my projects, and I'm going to create new folder by executing Laravel new Laravel API course 2025. Okay, this is my folder name, so you can name it whatever you want. By default, since Laravel 12 we don't have API inside the starter kits when we create new projects. So we have React, Vue, Livewire. We don't care any of these. We want to choose none. I'm going to choose PEST as testing framework. It's going to download and set up Laravel project for me. After which I have to install separately. I have to install API separately in my project. I'm going to stick with SQLite as a choice of the database, and in just a second, it's going to finish the project scaffolding. Now it asks us if we want to run npm install and npm run build. This is something we can skip at the moment because we don't hear npm run and npm run build because we simply want to build Laravel APIs. So what I'm going to do right now is to open my just created Laravel API course 2025 folder using VS Code. So I'm using a code command right here to open this in VS Code, and here is our project opened. First, let me zoom in even more. Then we're going to open terminal, and you can open terminal by hitting the menu item at the top, then terminal and new terminal. And this is it. And after which I'm going to execute composer run dev. So composer run dev is a combined command which executes 4 scripts on Linux and probably 3 scripts on Windows because one package is not available on Windows. If I open composer JSON, scroll down below a little bit and find under scripts section dev command. So it is using npx concurrently to execute 4 scripts. First is PHP Artisan serve to start the PHP server. Next, PHP Artisan QListen, this is for the background jobs. We have PHP Artisan Pale, this is for outputting logs, and the Pale is not available on Windows. So when you create a Laravel project on Windows, you probably will not see the following command in your composer JSON file under dev script. And we have npm run dev to build the asset files, JavaScript, CSS files, and so on. So we can execute composer run dev, but the truth is that we only need PHP Artisan serve. We don't need QListen at the moment. We don't need logs. We don't need npm run dev. We just need PHP Artisan serve. So for simplicity, I'm going to also execute PHP Artisan serve. Now, this is going to start the PHP server running on localhost port 8000 or 8001, but because I already have one project running on port 8000, it started on port 8001. So I'm going to copy the following URL, then I'm going to open the browser. I can close all these tabs, and I'm going to open this. Oops, what did I do? Oh, I killed it. So right click, copy, PHP Artisan serve, and then we can access this in the browser and we see a Laravel welcome page. Now, whenever you are creating your API, you should always use version control systems to commit and to make snapshots of your folder. Again, I'm targeting beginners, so that's why I should mention version control system. It is a program, I'm going to simply explain this. It is a program which gives you ability to take a snapshot of your folder whenever you want that, and you're going to have a list of snapshots, and then you can easily recover to any specific snapshot you are looking for. Since we created our Laravel project right now, I'm going to execute git init to initialize my folder into a Git project. If you don't know what is Git, you simply have to download this. As I mentioned, Git is a version control system. You have to download this and install on your operating system. It's going to be pretty straightforward. Again, if you're a Linux user, you are a little bit more advanced and you probably know how to download Git. If you are on Windows, on Mac, you simply can Google Git version control system, like Git space version control system VCS, and it's gonna open in the Google the very first link from the Git repository. Okay, sorry if you are not a beginner, so I just want to mention this. Okay, now I initialize the folder into a Git repository, and then I'm going to add everything, start tracking those files, and then I'm going to execute git commit -m, and -m basically is a flag to provide a message. Initial commit is my message. So now I took a very first snapshot of my folder, Laravel API course 2025. Okay, now I'm going to install API. And there are two ways to install API. First is to execute PHP Artisan install API, and second is to use Laravel Breeze, which is a starter kit package which gives you ability to install Laravel API as well. But alongside with, there are going to be several crucial API endpoints, which is basically essential for every project, like the registration, login, password reset, and so on. So first, I'm going to execute PHP Artisan install API. And look at this. So it is going to update the composer JSON, and it's going to require Laravel Sanctum, which is the package for authentication using APIs. Okay, Laravel Sanctum is going to be installed. Then we have to type yes here and hit the enter, so that new migration file was added and the new migration file was executed, which created personal access tokens table in the database. And that's going to be crucial when we are about to implement API token based authentication. All right, so now we have the API. Okay, how do I know this? Let's open our brand new project, go inside routes, and we have a new file, api.php. In a brand new Laravel project, we don't have this new file, api.php, but you can see that the file is green and we have U right here, which means that this is not tracked file, it is a new file added by the command we executed. Also, inside the version control system tab, we can see that the composer JSON was updated, Laravel Sanctum was installed. Inside app.php, now we have API inside the routing section, which is using that API PHP file. Inside Sanctum.php, this is a brand new file inside config folder, and that is solely related to Sanctum package, and that's the Sanctum configuration file. So we can leave this as it is. New migration file, which creates personal access tokens table. If you don't know what is migration, I'm going to explain this to you as well a little bit later, and we're going to create our first migration. So again, if you have any questions so far, feel free to leave those in the comment section down below. I'm trying to make this as beginner friendly as I can in a short period of time. I don't want to make this very long tutorial. And we have API PHP, as I mentioned, which is a brand new file, and inside this file we have a single route to get the authenticated user information, and it also has the middleware auth sanctum, which simply checks that only authenticated users will be able to send the request to get the authenticated user information, which will return the current user information from the request. Okay, so that's the changes that has been made inside the after the install API command, which is totally fine. There are minimal changes, nothing big, but I want to install Laravel Breeze. Or maybe we can install this a little bit later. Yeah, I'm going to do this a little bit later, but right now I'm going to focus on some basic stuff. Okay, I'm going to close this file, which is the file opened from the source control tree, and I'm going to actually open API PHP from routes, and I'm going to create my first Laravel API route. For this, we're going to use route facade. Then we're going to listen into get method on this, and I'm going to define the route hello. Then I'm going to pass a function here, and from this function I want to return array, which will have message hello Laravel API. Of course, we need right here arrow, not colon. So this is it. Now let's open the browser and let's access to the following route, API/hello. We hit the enter and we see message hello Laravel API. So this is the JSON type response. Any route, whatever we define inside api.php folder, will be under API prefix in the URL. So we define hello, it is API hello. We have the user here, it is API user. So if we try to access API user, we're going to probably see an error, and that is because we have auth sanctum middleware attached to the following route. And what this auth sanctum middleware basically does, it checks if the user is not authenticated. Then if the application supports cookie-based authentication, then it tries to redirect you to the login page. But whenever we make the request to the following URL using REST API client like Postman. We're going to introduce Postman a little bit later. Then we're going to see that it simply is not going to redirect you. It is going to give us the unauthorized error that the user is not authorized, and we're going to get the status code 401, which typically means that. Now, let me introduce Artisan. Artisan, which we have already used once when we executed PHP Artisan serve, you remember that. So Artisan is a command line tool which gives you ability to do various tasks in your Laravel project. The most common one will be to generate new files, new components, new folders, to execute migrations, to rollback migrations, and so on. So everything what you need to work with your Laravel project is inside Artisan. Another example will be to create cache or clear cache using Artisan command. So first, I'm going to execute PHP Artisan list, which will give you all available commands that is inside Artisan, and they are grouped by a namespace. For example, make namespace gives us the following commands: make cache table, make cast, make channel, make enum, and so on. I'm not going to read all of them, obviously. So if you're interested to see what commands are available in a specific namespace, then you're going to execute PHP Artisan make list. Now we're going to see it auto-completed for some reason, make list, and now we're going to see all the commands that is inside make namespace, and we can see all of them. If I'm interested in a specific command, let's say make cedar, what options are there inside make cedar? Then I'm going to execute PHP Artisan make cedar, and then I'm going to provide a flag -- help. Hit the enter. Now this is the make cedar, this is the usage. We're going to call make cedar and provide the name, and optionally we have a couple of other flags. Like we can provide the -v to display the application version. We can provide the -v to output some logs. We can provide --silent to don't output any message, and so on. So we have a couple of options. Now I give you a challenge. You have a look at the Artisan commands, choose one command, whatever you like, and just see what information is there inside that command using --help flag. So okay, pause the video, do this, come back. Okay, I hope you did this. Hey, if you're enjoying this tutorial so far, why don't you give it a like and subscribe? I will wait. What am I doing? Did I just have a sexy voice? Now let me show you a couple of commands which are really common, and we're going to use it from time to time. PHP Artisan wrote : list. By the way, I have a terminal tool which auto-completes for me what commands are inside rote cache clear list inside the rote namespace. You are not going to have this. That's the Amazon Q CLI. I'm not going to mention this, how to install or things like that. So simply, you are not going to have this type of auto-completion if you don't have similar tool, Amazon Q CLI or something else. Okay, don't get freaked out if you don't have the same type of IntelliSense I have. Okay, PHP Artisan wrote list. Let's have a look. This is going to give us all the routes that is registered in our application. We can see we have a /route API hello, which is something we created. We have API user, we have the sanctum CSRF cookie, and we have storage path, and we have app route as well. So these are all the routes we have in our application. If I comment out my hello route right now, then re-execute this route list, we are not going to see hello route anymore in our application. So that is really clear. Let me have a look inside the Laravel project itself. I'm going to execute Artisan about command, which is going to give me the application name, the version, PHP version, everything about it, caching, whether this is enabled or not. We have a couple of drivers. We have the log driver for broadcasting. We have the database driver for caching, and so on. So you have all the information. Again, have a look inside PHP Artisan list, understand what namespaces are there, what commands are there. Just read it once so you know what is available for you whenever you need it. Now I'm going to introduce Tinker. Tinker is also a command line tool, But this gives you ability to execute a Laravel code in the terminal whenever you want to test something. And the most common usage of Tinker is to work with a database. I'm going to execute PHP Artisan Tinker, and now I'm inside this shell, inside which I can execute Laravel commands. As an example, I can use str facade and execute random static function to output some random string, and this is it. Every time I execute this, I'm going to get a new random string, right? So the most common usage, as I mentioned, of Tinker is to work with the database. So I'm going to use a user model. By the way, this user model is located inside app models user. So this is the class. And Laravel and Tinker does not need to provide the namespace when using user specifically. Okay, user class doesn't need namespace when I'm using inside these Tinker. So I'm using user all. Let's hit the enter. Now this user is aliasing into app models user. So in general, we can use this app models user as well. And as we can see, this collection is empty collection, so we don't have any information about the users in the database. Now, let's create one user. For this, I'm going to create a user variable equals new user. All right. Now, on that user, I'm going to assign name to be Zura. Let's assign email to be zura@example.com. And let's assign password as well. However, the password needs to be encrypted. So there are two ways to basically encrypt passwords. One is to call hash class hash facade make function, or the simpler one will be to execute bcrypt and provide the raw password. So let's provide a password, really secure one from 1 to 8. Don't tell anyone. Okay, now on that user, I'm going to execute save, hit the enter, true. User was created in the database. Now let's clear out everything and let's try to get the users. Okay, so we don't see anything here. Let's do like this. Let's assign this into a variable users and let's print users. Now we see this. All right, so look at this. So now we have only one user in the database, which has the name, Zura, email, whatever we provided, and the password is encrypted, as I mentioned. So if we want to select that specific user, we can execute user equals user, and then we can simply execute find, provide the ID of this user, and now we have this user. And on that user, I can do some updates as well. So I can change the name equals John, and then I can call user save. Okay, that was saved. Now, if I print that user, I can see it has name John. If I reselect that user again in the following way, I can see that it is also John. So the change when name was changed into John is reflected in the database as well, not only inside the variable of user. So if you want to select the user by a specific information like email and so on, then you need to use specific methods. Where, as an example, inside the model, user, where, and we provide email is zura@example.com. All right, and then I'm going to execute first to select the first user with the following email. Now this is going to give me that user. Why I don't see this? Okay. Now we have this user which we selected with this where clause. Okay, that is the Tinker. Inside the Tinker, you can select the data, you can update the data, you can delete the data. And by the way, let me delete the user as well. I don't want users in the database, so now that was deleted. And if we try to select any user right now with user all, where is user all? Come on, users, that's right. Now, this is empty collection. Now I'm going to introduce Postman and ask you to install Postman in your operating system. Postman, the Postman itself is much larger thing than what only what we're going to use. Postman is the world's leading API platform, and one of the services of the Postman is the API client. So if you click on the API client, this is going to redirect you to the following page. You have to sign up. And if you don't have an account, you have to create the account, you have to sign up, and then you can start using Postman in the web, in your browser, or you need to download it as well. You have the ability to download it as well. But in our case, we have to download this because testing local APIs from the browser is not actually working. You won't be able to do this. Okay, make sure you sign up and then you download the Postman. So you can click on this download Postman as well in the Google. So once you download this and you open this in your operating system, Mac, Linux, Windows, whatever, it doesn't matter. Postman is available on all the major platforms. Then you have to authenticate in your program as well. And you're going to see an interface, something like this in your operating system as an already downloaded working program. All right, so what we are going to do is to make the requests using Postman. And I'm going to show you a simple example. Let's open the browser and I'm going to type JSON placeholder, which is a fake REST API. Okay, and it's free. You don't need even to authenticate. So it has a couple of URLs. If we scroll down below, we're going to find a couple of URLs, and we can use one of the following URLs to get the information or to simulate creating the information. As an example, let's click on the posts, and this is the post URL. And if we use the following URL in the Postman, we will be able to make the request and simulate of getting real posts from the following API endpoint. Now, I'm going to click on this to create new request. We're going to stick with the get method. This is the method area. I'm going to paste my URL here and I'm going to hit on send. Now look at this. So we received JSON type response and we have a list of posts right here. Each post has the user ID, ID title, and body, similar to what we see in the browser right now. If we want to simulate creating new posts, we're going to change the method into post and we're going to leave the URL as it is. However, we're going to go into body section and we're going to send the data. I'm going to click on this row right here and I'm going to send a JSON type of data, but I'm going to also specify inside the headers that I am actually sending JSON. So inside this header section, I'm going to add content type to be application/JSON. So I am telling the REST API server, hey, I'm sending you JSON information, so treat this as JSON. Now, let's provide some simple title inside this dummy post, and let's provide some simple body. Okay. Now, if I send the request into this JSON placeholder API, we're going to see 201 status code. This is exactly what I mentioned in the introduction of this course. So 201 status code means that the new record was created successfully. And we also received this just created new record, which has title, body, and ID. Because this is a fake REST API, every time we send this request, we're going to get the same ID here. The ID is not going to increment because it has 100 posts already in the database, and every time you create one, it simulates like the new one is created, but actually it is not saving that information in the database. All right, so that makes sense. So then we can change the URL. We can switch this into the put, which simulates updating that specific post with ID 1. I'm going to hit on this. Now we received post with ID 1. It seems like we have just updated post with ID 1, and we see status code 200 because this was not created, it was updated. And if I simulate deleting a post, then I will get 200. Okay, why did I get 200? I should have received 204 status code. Let's switch this into none. I'm sending delete request onto the following URL. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, strange. I should have received 204, which is a typical status code when deleting a record from the database, which is something we are going to implement. But you get the idea. So what is Postman? It is a REST client which gives us ability to test some REST API servers. And we can also test getting a single post in the following way. We get a specific post. We're going to use the following tool to send the request into our API. And let's take the chance and let's use our server. Again, I'm going to check this in the browser. So this is the URL. We try to get the user information and we get the following message. So if I send the following request, I will see something similar. So we see something similar, but that is because we have to pass accept header as well. So right here, we're going to pass accept application JSON. And we can also pass content type application JSON. And I'm going to explain both of them. So content type means the client tells the server, hey, I'm sending you the information, and whatever information I will send you is going to be JSON information. All right. Accept means whatever you are going to send me as a JSON. So this is for the request telling the server, I'm sending you JSON. This is for the server telling the server, please send me JSON back. So now if I add this accept application JSON, and if I make the request into API user, I'm not going to see that weird Symfony component routing exception. Instead, I see 401 status code. I'm trying to get the authenticated user information, but I am not authenticated. That's why I get the status code 401. That's perfect thing. Now let's make the request into hello. This is something what I added. And now if we go inside JSON, API hello could not be found. That's logical because we commented out that part. I'm going to uncomment this, save it, send the request. And now, what's that? Did I save the file? Yes, I saved it. Okay, I saved it, I swear. Okay, let's hit on this again. Wrote API hello could not be found. Let's open the browser. Now it's getting weird. So let's send the request into hello. We see this. Oh, that's my bad. Sorry. Now we were accessing a previous API, which also has the user there, but now we are going to do like this. So this is the endpoint. So basically it worked on the user because I also have Laravel API started on port 8000 and it has the exact same behavior. So we don't change anything on the server. We simply change the response based on the accept header. So if I remove this accept header, so I get a different type of response right here, method not allowed, weird exception. The same thing happens on our API on port 8001. So we get the exact same thing. If we activate this accept, now we see unauthenticated as a JSON. That's perfect. I'm going to change this into hello again because I like this working example. All right, that's cool. And by the way, we have the application started on 127.0.0.1 port 8000, but the local host and 127.0.0.1 is identical. So I use them interchangeably. We see here 127.0.0.1, but we can change this into a local host and the result is not going to change. All right, now let's talk about roles and controllers together. And we're going to create a controller and assign the controller methods to the roles. We're going to create the controller by executing, actually I'm inside the Tinker, so I need to exit from here. Okay, PHP Artisan make controller, and then I'm going to provide the controller name. I'm going to call this post controller. So let's say that I'm creating a post management thing, API endpoints. I'm going to hit the enter. The new controller was created under app HTTP controllers post controller file. Now, this is an empty class. And I'm going to add two main methods right here. The first one is going to be index. And from here, I'm going to simply return index text at the moment. And the second one is going to be store, from which, you guess it, I'm going to return just store text at the moment. Then I'm going to open api.php and I'm going to define two routes. First, we're going to listen into /posts endpoint, and we are going to use post controller for this, and we are going to use index method of it. All right, and optionally we can assign name to the route, which is a really good practice, because whenever we want to generate then routes, we can use the route names for this. So as an example, we can call this posts.index. This is the name. Now I'm going to duplicate this, and we're going to listen into post method of the /posts endpoint, and we're going to use store method. Actually, I have a typo here, index. And this is going to be posts.store. Now we have two API endpoints. I'm going to open Postman and let's try to send the request. First, we're sending request into API posts with the get method. We hit the enter and we see index. Now we're going to send post request into the following URL, hit the enter, and we see store method right here, store text returned from the API. Okay, that's great. That's cool. Optionally, we can create even third method inside the post controller to show you one additional thing. I'm going to duplicate this. Let's call this show. Okay, and I'm going to return show text from here. Inside that show, the whole idea of the show method is to show single post. To show a single post, we need some identifier for that post. As an example, we can accept right here string ID of the post. And let's return that from here. Now let's go inside api.php and I'm going to duplicate this again. And I'm listening into get method of /posts/ and then we have the ID. So how can I define that ID? I'm going to use curly braces. Inside curly braces, I'm going to use ID as a name. Now I'm going to pass right here show method, post controller, show method, and I'm going to give it name show as well. Now let's open Postman again, and we're going to send get request on API/post and then whatever. So we're going to pass ID. That ID right now can be anything. So it can be digit, it can be letter, it can be anything. So it is possible to restrict and only accept ID to be a number, but I'm not going to do this. It's a little bit complicated part of the validation part of the route parameters, which is possible. And you can have a look in the Laravel's official documentation about routing part. Or I do have the full Laravel course. It's a 24 hours course on my website, or I have free first 11 hours on the YouTube. So you can have a look if you are interested in every single absolute detail of the routing and route parameter validation and also sort of things. So this course, I believe, is the best Laravel for beginners course out there. Genuinely believe, honestly. So right now, I can pass just one. Hit the enter, and we see show one. I can pass A, hit the enter, and I see show A. As I mentioned, we don't do any kind of parameter validation. And to be honest, the ID can be anything. So it can be one, it can be A, it can be even slug, which identifies, which is generated from the title and identifies the post as well. As an example, the ID can be, or the part of the URL can be like Laravel-for-beginners, right? I'm going to hit the enter, and now see Laravel for beginners is the ID, which is it doesn't look like ID. It is more like a slug of the post, but that's also an idea, right? So instead of always accepting a number, we simply take anything right here. So this is how we are going to create the controller and methods and associate those methods to the rules, API rules. But let me show you a great way to do this. For this, I actually need to delete the controller. So I'm going to go inside app HTTP controllers, and I'm going to delete the post controller. Okay, then I'm going to execute PHP Artisan make controller, then the controller name, post controller, and then I'm going to use -- API. This is a flag to generate the post controller as an API controller. And the difference between a typical brand new controller like we generated previously and between these is that the post controller already has 5 methods inside it. It has index method, store method, show method, update, and destroy method for all 5 operations what we typically need on the resource, like get all records, create a record, get a single record, update a record, and delete record. Now, if I go inside API, I can use this in the exact same way like I'm using right now. The only thing is that I'm not returning anything from these methods. So whenever I make request, it is not going to return anything. It's going to be empty. I make request right here. It is going to return empty thing, right? But now I'm going to modify the following part. I'm going to completely delete these, and I am going to configure all 5 routes with simply one line. And this is using API resource. I'm using API resource, providing the resource name. The resource name is posts. And then I am providing the controller. And this is going to be post controller : class. Now, with this single line, all 5 routes were configured and they are working like they were working previously. Let's go into post controller and return from index and store. Let's simply return whatever is index as an example, and from here I have to return store. Anyway, so let's save this, make request, and we see index. Let's switch into post, make request, we see store. But let's open terminal and I'm going to execute PHP Artisan route : list. We hit the enter, and now look at this. We see 5 endpoints as I mentioned. Listening to get method and head method as well. Oh, we haven't mentioned head method, but typically get is used when we want to get something. Get method on API posts, which has the name posts.index, and it is executing post controller index method. We have post on API posts, the name, the method which will be executed. We have also get a specific post. We have to put the update specific post and delete the specific post. And that is all about the API resources. So we generate a controller with the --API flag with the 5 methods in it, and with a single line, we configure all those 5 routes, and that is basically all. Now, the rest of the thing is to implement these methods and actually do working with the database. Now let's talk about versioning of our API endpoints, because versioning is really important part of building a scalable and large APIs, which we plan to improve, update, maybe make some changes in existing API endpoints so that we don't break an existing clients. We have to create new versions. All right, how to create API endpoints to support versions? All right, this is really easy. We're going to use route, then I'm going to use prefix method, and I'm going to use right here the prefix I want. As an example, I'm going to use v1 as a prefix. Then I'm going to call group right here. Inside group, I'm going to provide a function, and inside that function, I'm going to define all routes which I want to have v1 prefix. Okay, now I'm going to paste this right here, and now my endpoint was changed, or more specifically, the endpoints were changed. Let me first open terminal and execute PHP Artisan route list. Now look at this. All my API endpoints are under v1. So API/v1, posts, and so on. Now, if I make requests in the Postman on the following URL, I'm going to get not found. The route doesn't exist. I have to make request on API v1/post, and then this is going to work, and it returns store as I'm returning from the method itself. However, I don't like creating this prefix but still having the post controller inside app HTTP controllers. I want to put that post controller inside a specific namespace as well. For this, again, I'm going to delete that post controller. Let's delete this. And now I'm going to create the post controller, but inside the proper place. PHP Artisan make controller. Again, we're calling this post controller, and we're going to provide dash API. But the thing is that before that name post controller, I'm going to provide the location where I want this to be created. By default, this is created inside app HTTP controllers folder. So inside app HTTP controllers folder, I want it to be saved inside API /v1 uppercase V / post controller. That's it. I'm going to hit the enter. The controller was created. Look at this. Okay, we still have these 5 methods. I'm not returning anything, but that's not important. And the post controller needs to be imported right now from a proper place. That is API v1 post controller. Now I save this and we make the request. That works. It doesn't return anything simply because we don't return from the store anything, but we have status code 200, so it works. Now I open terminal and execute PHP Artisan route list, and we see that we are using API v1 post controller index and store and so on, all coming from the post controller, which is inside API v1 namespace. And this is how we do versioning. So if later I decide that I want to have a version 2 of posts, I'm going to create a new controller under v2 namespace, and I'm going to use post controller right here from the v2 namespace. While importing them, I have to give them different aliases. As an example, let's do this very quickly. PHP Artisan make controller. Let's call this v2 controller. I'm going to hit the enter. The controller was created. Now I'm going to duplicate this and import from v2 as well. However, both post controllers have the same name, so I'm going to give them aliases. I'm going to import post controller as v1 post controller, and this is going to be v2 post controller. And now I'm going to use this v1 post controller here and v2 post controller here. And now I have 2 versions of posts API endpoints. I mistakenly closed the API PHP. That's fine. Let's go into Postman. Sending request 200 works. Let's switch into v2, hit, and that works as well. And of course, both can return absolutely different things. Like from here, I'm going to return index underscore v1, and from the version 2, I'm going to return index underscore v2. Okay, now this is v2. Hit on get. We're going to send get request to access this method. We see v2. Now let's change the URL, send the request. We see v1. And this is how we do versioning in Laravel. Okay, I don't want to make this overcomplicated and have too many files which I'm not going to use. So I'm going to remove this v2 completely from here. You know how to do this. It's really easy. I'm going to remove this from here as well. And actually, I'm going to delete the controller as well from API v2. I'm going to delete this v2 folder completely. All right. Now I have the post controller, which is coming from the v1. And let me actually remove this part as well. Okay, excellent. Now let's go into the post controller, and I want to talk about JSON. JSON as a return type and JSON as a request type. All right. So I'm returning a string from here, and that works. However, when building an API, we have to return either JSON or XML. JSON is modern and common to use, so we're going to stick with JSON. Whenever we return something, Laravel tries to convert that into JSON by itself. So I'm going to return an array like 1, 2, 3, right? So I save this, I go into Postman, I make request, I see this 1, 2, 3, and this is a JSON. So Laravel is smart enough to convert this into JSON. And because I'm also accepting right here JSON, so Laravel knows that I want JSON, so it's going to convert this into JSON. So if the object is not convertible into JSON, Laravel also will give me an error about this. But let's return an associative array which looks like a post. Actually, let me do this for simplicity. Let me do this inside a single single post show method. So I'm going to return the following array where we have the post, let's say post ID, we have the post title to be test, and we have the post body, lowercase b, as post body, whatever. Okay, semicolon here. Now let's make the request to get a single post, hit the enter, and now look at this. So we received a valid JSON. So when we are building the API, we have to define how we're going to exchange the data. Okay, we're going to use JSON. That's something what we know for sure. But maybe we want to wrap the entire content into something else. As an example, I can take this and create data, and then I can put that inside the data. Now I save this, I hit the send, and now I see the following format. Optionally, I can return some message. When the request is successfully completed, I don't need to return the message typically, but I can do if I want. Like the message might contain the information, now here's your post, and you have only one request remaining to get the post, whatever. This is not relevant, but we have the ability to return some test message as well. We're going to hit send, and we see this message. All right, that's cool. However, if we want to control what headers we want to return or what status code we want to return, then we have to use response JSON explicit methods. As an example, I'm going to use response method right here. Then on that response, I can call JSON method, and I can provide this array inside the JSON. Right now, it is going to do the same thing. Instead of trusting Laravel converting my array into JSON automatically, I am converting this into JSON and returning this, and the result is not going to change. I have the same output. However, this gives me ability to change the status code. And I have a couple of options to change this status code. First, I can provide header method here, and I can provide the header key. As an example, this is test header, and the header value is Zura. So I save this. Now we have the 7 headers right here inside the response. Look at this. So I hit on send. Now we have 8 headers. I can click on this, scroll down below a little bit, and we're going to find test header, which has Zura value inside it. So that is additional information which we can pass into our client, telling something that the client needs to know about, like information about caching, information about something else, how many requests the user has remaining. If we have the number of requests per user, let's say every user has 100 requests per day, we can return that information from headers. Hey, you have now 90 requests remaining since you made that request. Okay, so headers gives us possibility to return additional information, and we can call this header method multiple times, providing test2, different value, and so on. We can also provide status codes. So I can call a method set status code, and I can provide like 201. That is more common whenever we are creating a new record. So this is what I'm going to do. Inside store method, I'm going to return response JSON. We need array inside, and then I'm going to call set status code on this. And let me actually take the following content and put this here. Save it, and now let's send the post request into /posts. We hit the enter, and we see 201 status code. If we go inside the body, this is what we returned. All right, so we have option to do this. Also, let me comment out this part. We can directly specify the status code as a second argument of this JSON. So I can provide 201 right here. I hit on send, I get 201. I can change this into 204, hit on this, and I get this no content. And you can see nothing is returned because of this status code. 204 means nothing is about to be returned. So this is how we control what we return from the controller. like the header, like the custom status code, or something else inside the JSON what we're looking for. Now let's talk about how we take the data, sent into the request. So I'm sending a post request into the post endpoint, and I'm going to go inside the body, and I am going to I have a couple of options basically right here, and I'm going to stick with the rule. So I'm specifying that I'm sending JSON through this content type. So I'm going to provide JSON right here. And you know what? I'm going to actually take that response. I don't have this response. Okay, I'm going to type this. Title is post 1, body is post 1 body. Now I send the request, and that information is not taken into the controller. So I have to take this and use that. Let's go into the store method and how I should take that information. If I want to take everything from the request, I can simply do request. That request is the variable injected by Laravel here, which is an instance of the request class. On the request, I can call all. Right? So then I can assign this into a variable data, and I can simply return that data. So I return whatever is sent into the request, in which case this is not relevant anymore. I'm going to save this. I'm going to hit on send, and I receive whatever I sent. I send post 2. I receive post 2. If I'm interested to only take like specific fields, not everything, but I want to take only title, let's say. So I'm going to duplicate this, and instead of request all, I'm going to use request only. And I can provide array of properties or simply comma separated values. I can provide title, and I can provide body. I want only title and body. So I'm going to comment out the first line. I have the data. Now I only take title and body, and the truth is that I only pass title and body. But if I provide ID here as well, ID will not be used, and I'm going to only return title and body. So send the request. Here we go. We only get title and body. If I remove body, I only take title. Then I'm going to only receive title in the response, because this is how I typically do this. And this gives me ability to take the control on the request data. So take out only the information I need, take out the every information, and return that or process this or save in the database. And we're going to talk more about the validation and all sorts of the things, but now you know how to take requests, JSON, and how to work with that. Optionally, if you want, you can change the body format from row into like a form data as an example, and provide title right here. So we're sending test2 inside the title, or let's change this into test3, send the request, and Laravel is smart enough to understand how we're sending the data and parse it properly. And when we get only title, it is going to take that information. So we can pass additional information body as well, body 3, let's say, but because we're only taking title, we return title. Or we can even switch into x www form URL encoded. We send title test2, hit on send, and again, Laravel is smart enough to parse that information and take out the information we are looking for, and then we're returning that information from here. Now, let's do a little bit of data validation, and let's implement these 5 methods to return proper status codes from all of them. So in the index method, we're going to simply return status code 200, which is returned by default if we return successful response. So simply what I'm going to do is return array of arrays, and I'm going to return just one post inside there. Let me uncomment this part. I'm going to copy the following area. All right. And I'm going to put this here. So this is the index. Simulation of the index. Let's go into Postman, switch get. We're going to get all posts. So I am getting array of arrays. And at the moment, we have only one object inside with the status code 200. That's important. Now let's go into store and do the simulation of creation, new record. I'm going to remove this. So we're accepting something inside the data, and I can take data and title here, and I can take data body here. And let me actually take both title and body, and I'm returning them with status code 201. So that's a simulation that it's like we are creating a new record. Awesome. Okay, we don't have body, so we have this undefined array key body. That's a good thing. We're going to fix this through validation. Let's go into row. I'm going to remove ID, and we have to send title and body as well. Click on send, and we get 201 status code created. We're going to do the validation, and then we are going to see the proper message. Let's scroll down below inside the show. We're going to return. I'm going to simplify this, and I'm going to return it like this. Awesome, with status code 200. I'm going to comment out this part. Inside the update, this is where I'm going to do the validation, okay? And I'm going to return different status code. So on request, we have a method called validate, which accepts an array. And we have to provide a key of the property we want to validate, like title. And then we have to define the rules, how we're going to validate. We have two syntax to define rules. One is to separate rules by pipe. As an example, title must be required, pipe, it must be string, pipe, and the maximum length or minimum length can be 2 characters. So this is the rule, or more specifically, list of rules. Now let's define body. The second syntax, one rule, second rule, and third rule. This is it. So now, since the validation is completed successfully, we get the validated data right here. All right. And then we can take the data and perform the update. But I want to show you what happens if the validation is failed by Laravel itself. All right. So right now, let's do the simulation and let's simply return data if the validation is successful. Right. So let's send put request for a specific URL, and inside body we send both title and body. So we're going to get successful response. We return whatever we send, right? But now if I remove body and send request, now this is it. We see status code 422 unprocessable content, which typically means there is a validation error. We see a general message, the body field is required, and we see errors array as well, where we have body and the list of errors on the body itself, right? So this is how we perform the validation, and another example of different status code. Now let's go into destroy, and I'm going to return a response with no content. No content typically means 204 status code. Let's send delete request on the following URL for ID 1, send, and we see 204. So that's all. That's how we implement all of these 5 methods with their corresponding status codes. 200 status code, 201, then we have 200 status code, then we have either 200 or validation to like 422, and then we have these 204. Now we're going to create migration for posts table, and we're going to create model as well, and it's time to actually save data into the database and return the data from the database. To create model in migration, we're going to use Artisan. PHP Artisan make, then we're gonna pass model here. Make is a namespace, model is a command, and we're gonna provide the model name. The model name is post, and I'm gonna provide -m flag as well to generate migration alongside with the model. I'm gonna hit the enter. 2 files were created. We have the post model, and we have this migration class as well. Now let's first open migration class. So Laravel is smart enough to generate the following boilerplate code. It understands that we want to create new table posts, and the new table has ID and timestamps. The timestamps are basically two columns created at when the record was created and updated at. Now, to tell you a little bit more what the migration is and why this is helpful, if you are absolute beginner to Laravel. Migration is a special file which saves all the database schema changes. It has two main methods, up method and down method. Up method applies the changes into the database. Down method reverts those changes. And migrations are absolutely crucial when building Laravel applications or any other modern application, because we want to keep track all the changes we're making in our schema in a structured and sequential way. Because when we create some tables, when we add some columns into the table, and then our colleague wants to continue working on our project, the colleague should have the same tables and same columns as what I created. So I document those changes into migrations, and my colleague simply executes unexecuted migrations, and those changes will be applied into his or her database as well. So this is exactly the main purpose of migrations. Now, let's generate several columns into this post table. Let's define several columns. So we need title, which must be required, and I am going to also define, actually not string, but let's define text to be body to be text, and I'm going to define also foreign key to the users table, because every post belongs to a user. All right, so there are two ways to define this foreign key relation. One is using foreign ID4, in which case I have to provide the model name, like user as an example, and that's it. The second way is to do this using foreign ID. Foreign ID, and we're going to provide the name, and the name is going to be author ID. By the way, when we define this using foreign ID4, the second argument should be the local column name, like author underscore ID. Okay, now this is the first way. I'm going to explain which way you should use in which case. The second way is foreign ID, which references on users table, and we can also provide cascade on delete. Like whenever user is deleted, posts that user's posts will also be deleted. So which one to use? Whenever we define relation into user table, we can use this foreign ID4 with the model usage. But whenever we define the relation into another table, we must always use the references with the table name. We should not use model name into the migration file unless it is the user model. Okay, that's the rule. That's because whenever we in the future, whenever we execute migrations or whenever we roll back our migrations, the model at some point might not exist in the data. Okay, I have to explain this because I started talking about this. I didn't intend, but I started talking about this, and I have to explain this very clearly why it is not good practice to use model names in the migration. Okay, now let's imagine the following case. So this is the user model, and user model is necessary for the project. So we as I mentioned, we are going to leave the relation like this when we are setting up the foreign key to the user model. But if we're talking any other model than the user, imagine the following case, that we defined a relation into that model like this. All right, we saved it. And let's say after 1 month, we decided that we no longer need that model. So what we do, we go into models section. Let's say that we are talking about the user model. We go into models section and we delete that model, right? We don't need that. We delete that model. Also, we create new migration file, which drops the user's table from the database. And now look what happens. Whenever a new developer comes into the team, and the new developer starts working on the project, close the project and when I say clone, I mean simply downloads the project from the GitHub version control system remote repository and executes the migrations in sequence. In the migration, we have the following code which uses the user model, but the user model does not exist anymore. Look what happens. User model doesn't exist anymore, so the migrations is not going to work anymore. Unless when you are about to delete the user model, you're going to come into every migration and just simply change this foreign ID 4 into the following syntax, which is this. All right, so that's why if we are not talking about the user model, so if this is the user model, it is very, very less likely that the model can be deleted, right? So if we are not talking about the user model, this is the practice you should follow. When the migrations are about to be executed, the users table will be created, everything will be executed, and at some point, let's say after hundreds of migration files, the users model will be dropped. So that's totally fine. All right, I hope this makes sense. But because we are talking about the user model, and I don't plan to delete user model in my project because it comes with the Laravel, it is essential for the Laravel, I am not going to delete the user model. That's why it is fine to define the relation like this. But for any other table, use the following syntax. Okay, that's it. I know I talked too much about this. So we can execute now PHP Artisan, PHP Artisan migrate, we hit the enter, now create post table migration was executed, and now we have posts table in the database. Now let's open post controller and find the store method, and let's implement creating new post. Like we did the validation right here, I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to copy that part. I'm going to actually remove this. And we have the following validation rules for title and for body. So we receive the data, and inside the data, we are going to save, we're going to assign the author ID as well, because our posts table has author ID as well. So at the moment, I'm going to assign author ID to be 1. So simply we're creating a post for the user with ID 1. That user, by the way, does not exist in the database. Our users table in the database is empty. So I'm going to create that user manually. But for now, let's assume that it is already there. After which we are going to use post modal. And then on the post modal, I'm going to call create method. Inside the create method, I'm going to pass data. So I'm taking this entire data with the title, body, and author ID and creating post out of it. So finally, I have the created post right here. So then I can take that post and return as a response with status code 201. One last thing is to go inside the post modal. Post.php, and I am going to define right here protected fillable, and I'm going to define 3 properties or 3 columns: title, body, and author ID. Why I need to define this inside the fillable? Let me explain this. Whenever we are calling create method and providing this associative array, we are doing mass assignment of multiple properties at the same time into the model. So we have only 3 properties right now: data, inside the data, title, body, and author ID, but that data might be massive data, 20, 30, 50 properties inside. So when we do the following, we are assigning all properties at once. And sometimes, if we don't define this fillable, there might be some sensitive data as well inside the post model, which we don't want to be filled and saved in the database. As an example, we might be filling and creating user model like this, and user table has is admin column in the database. And whenever you are creating a new user, you are registering a new user, we don't want this is admin to be passed right here. Of course, we do the validation. Of course, we can simply if we don't include isAdmin inside the validation rules, inside data, they will not be presented, right? So simple example is that if we simply open Postman, make post request, and we provide title, and we're going to provide body as well, post body 2. So even if we provide additional flags like isAdmin, true as an example, when we validate the data, we only get the data which was validated. So if I return the data right now, isAdmin is not going to be there because we don't have any rule for isAdmin. So we hit on send. Oops, that should be changed, the URL. Oh, do I have syntax error? Yeah, I have somewhere. Yeah, semicolon is missing. Okay. Look at this. So isAdmin is not there. So that's one and really good security measurement by Laravel. So when we validate the data, we don't have any unintentional data inside it. That's good. However, Laravel provides an extra security level when creating posts. So even if we have isAdmin flag for the user as an example, and we provide that inside through this data, if that isAdmin is not defined inside fillable here, then it will not be provided, will not be filled, and will not be saved in the database. So I want to make this very, very clear. That's why I'm explaining the same thing. Cool. Now, since we define title, body, and author ID into fillable, we know that we can create post. So I'm going to save this. Let's go into post.php, save that module as well, and send the request. Let's see what we're going to get. We get 201 status code. We get just created post with author ID. We updated it, created it. And by the way, how was that possible? Because I thought we didn't have user in the database. So if we provide 2 here, that also works. Okay, it looks like that this author ID doesn't have a proper relationship on the users table because we don't have users. We don't have users with ID 1, 2, and 3 in the database. I missed that constraint part. That constraint part is a crucial and important part because right now it is just a column. We try to set up this relation, but it is not constrained, meaning that we are allowed to put any information inside the author ID. But since I add this constraint, now it means that we will not be able to enter some information inside the author ID, which does not exist in the users table. Now, this is what I'm going to do. PHP Artisan migrate rollback -- step equals 1. Simply, I'm rolling back on the one migration file, which is create post table. So it's going to drop the post table. And now I have updated code here. So I am going to re-execute that migration. And now I'm going to have this author ID to be constrained, meaning if I send request to create post with the author ID, okay, with the author ID 3, this should not work. Let's send the request. Look at this. So we have this integrity constraint violation, foreign key constraint failed. This is exactly what I just said. So we are trying to use the author ID 3, but there is no user with the author ID 3. Even there's no user with the author ID 1. That's why I expected an error, right? So now what we are going to do, we're going to create one user. PHP Artisan Tinker. Now let's do the following. User create. I'm going to provide an associative array, name to be Zura, email to be zura@example.com, and password to be decrypt from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. They should create the user. Okay, the user was created. And by the way, what is the ID for the user? We're going to check this because it might not have the ID 1 because we already created and deleted some of the users. So it might not have ID 1. Exactly. Okay, it has ID 2. So you know what? Let's update the users. Let's print the user. This is it. Let's update the user's ID to equal 1. You save. Okay, now we have a user which has ID 1. So if I select the user with ID 1, we're going to find it. Now, if I send the request, that should already work because we have user with ID 1. So that created new post for the author ID 1. Really cool, really awesome. And we return the status code 201. Now, let's do update as well. Or maybe let's simply first return all the posts from the database. For this, we're going to use post modal all method. At the moment, I'm going to return all the posts for all the users, no matter what. So sending get request to get all posts, we are going to get the following list of the posts. Awesome. Store is implemented. Let's go into show. Now here we have the ID. That's really interesting thing. So what we can do here is to select the post with the following method, post, find and provide the ID. Okay, if this will try to find the post. If it finds, the post will be populated. If not, the post will be null. All right. So if the post doesn't exist, we're going to return not found 404. There is a built-in method in Laravel which is called find or fail, which will exactly do that. If the post does not exist, it will return with 404 status code. If the post exists, we are going to return that post. Save it. Get request for a specific post. We hit the enter, the post was returned. Now let's try to find the second post. It doesn't exist. Now we have this 404. No query result for modal post 2. Now I'm going to show you a shorthand version of this. Laravel supports rote modal binding. So if we type, I'm going to exit from here. If we type PHP Artisan rote list, we have the following rows. And if you pay attention to get a specific rote, we have the post variable here. So what we can do is change that string into post and give this also post's name. Now, Laravel is smart enough to identify that if user is trying to take the post instance from here, Laravel will try to select the post by itself with the given ID and pass the post here. So we don't need this line at all. I save it. We make the request. The result is pretty much the same. If we make the request for the first post, we get the first post. This is rote modal binding. When we take the modal class right here, provide the modal class, and take the modal instance then. Okay, now let's do the update. So we get the data. Again, we have the string ID, which we can change into post. Instead of selecting the post manually by the ID, we take the post here. Then on post, I am going to call update, providing the entire data. The post is updated, and then let's return updated post object. Now let's perform the update for the first post, which has the post to post body 2. I'm going to change the title into updated. Send the request. Now look at this. We have the title updated for the post. And let's do the destroy as well, in which case, again, we can change this into rote modal binding. Instead of ID, we accept post. We take the post and we call delete on this. The post is deleted and we return with a no content. Now let's send the delete request. We get 204 and there are no posts in the database. If we send the request to get all posts, it returns with empty array. When we have small data and small models like post in this case with only 2-3 properties, it is okay to have this validation data inside the controller. But for building scalable large APIs, it is always good practice to move the validation into a separate place, which is called form request class. Now, let's create this form request class. I'm going to execute PHP Artisan make a request, and we're going to give it name store post request. So this is the name. I'm going to hit the enter. A new class was created under app HTTP requests. This is store post request. Let's open this and have a look. This is a basic class. It extends form request. It has two methods out of the box, authorize and rules. Authorize determines if the user has permission to make this request or is authorized to make this request. I'm going to change this into true. I'm allowing user to make the request. Inside rules, we're going to define all the validation rules we need. So I'm going to open post controller, take these validation rules from here and put inside rules here. Okay, then we created the post request. Awesome. That's all what we need basically. Now let's go inside the controller and I'm going to change this request into store post request. Okay, we only changed the class and now the request is instance of store post request. And we don't call validate anymore here. Instead, we call validated, which returns validated data done by these store post request rules, what we defined here. Now, that's all what we need to change, nothing else. It's going to work in the same way. However, we can define much more rules right here. We can even customize messages, which is something I'm going to do also. I'm going to define right here public function messages, and I'm going to return an array where key is the property name. As an example, title. And the value is customized message for the title. Title is required. Okay, we save it. Let's go into Postman and send post creation request. Now, because I am passing title, it will simply work. Let's do this. It works. That's right. Now I remove the title. By the way, it created second post. Now I remove the title, hit on send, and now we have the following message. Title is required. That is the custom message. By default, if I comment out this, I'm going to get the default message. The title field is required. All right. So I can even customize the rules for, or excuse me, I can even customize the messages for specific rules. I'm going to duplicate this. For title required, we have the message title is required. Let's put commas here. For title.string, we can have title must be valid string. For title.mean rule, we're going to provide title must be at least, and here we can write either two chars, okay? Or if we don't want to duplicate these two, let's actually try it first. We don't have the title, so we have this title is required. Now I'm going to return the title and I'm going to provide only one character inside the title. This is going to be just P. Or let's first provide an integer value, hit on send. We're going to get title must be valid string required, and one more error. So we have basically a couple of errors at the moment. This summarizes all of them. Here we have separate errors. Title must be valid string. Why do we have required here? I don't know. And then title must be at least two chars. All right, now let's change this into string. Oops, that should be double quotes. Oh, come on, Okay, P. Now send the request. We have
title must be at least 2 chars. Instead of having these two hard-coded here and here, we can use colon min. That colon min will be replaced with the actual number what we have here. So I'm going to save this, hit on send, and now we have at least 2 chars. If I change this into 4, then we have 4 chars here. Okay, so this is how we can customize messages not only for a single property, but for different rules of a property as well, which is really helpful. At some point, if we decide that we want to allow tags or something else on the post as well, which we decide that we want for sure, and we're going to define the rules, such as tags as an example. Let's say that we allow user to provide multiple tags on the post. Let's remove this sysadmin because we don't need this anymore. So tags, let's say it is an array, and we provide a couple of options, like the post is for PHP and it is for Laravel. Okay, we provide multiple tags. Now, how we're going to validate this? Okay, I was trying to save this request. We're going to save this a little bit later. Let's provide this post title 1 and 1 here. All right, so now let's define these validation rules. Tags, actually, we can provide array. We have array validation rule. So we provide the tags is an array. All right, and then we can provide tags. Actually, let me use single quotes. Tags dot and then asterisk, which means every tag inside this tags array should be whatever we decide, like string, and the minimum should be 1, or minimum should be 2 characters, right? So I'm going to save this. Now this is actually valid, right? So we're providing tags, which must be an array, and each tag has at least 2 characters. If I change this into 1 character, like L only, and send the request, now I'm going to get the following message. The tags.1 field must be at least 2 characters. So this is how you can also validate an array type of data in your requests, which is something we probably don't want in our project because we don't have tags in the database. We don't save that, but I wanted to show this information to you. Right now, because I removed tags completely, it doesn't matter. Laravel will simply neglect that property and will create the post without tags. Now we're going to talk about API resources, which is, in my opinion, really important part of building scalable and secure APIs. All right, so what is API resource? API resource is a special class which gives you ability and control on what you are returning from your API. Okay, a simple example. So we are returning everything from posts, as you can see. So when we make the request, we see ID, title, body, author ID, created it and updated it. Maybe we have some sensitive information in the post table which we don't want to be returned. So if you're talking about posts, maybe there's not that much information, sensitive information, but let's talk about users. So users might have the access token, secure access token. Users might have the email verification date, right? And we don't want that information to be displayed in the API. So we're going to control what is returned from the API. That's why API resources are actually crucial. To create new API resource, we're going to bring up the terminal and we're going to execute PHP Artisan make resource. And we're going to give the API resource proper name, like post resource. That's a logical name because we are creating this resource for posts. So I'm going to hit the enter. Up HTTP resources post resource was created. I'm going to hit it. It was opened. Now let's define what we are going to return from here. So this toArray method defines the format what we want to return. Now, before I do anything here, let's go into post controller and I'm going to change what I'm returning from here. Instead of post all, I'm going to do post resource. I'm using post resource, just created post resource with collection method. And inside, I'm going to provide the posts all. So I'm taking all posts, giving into the post resource collection
and the rest will be handled by the post resource. Okay, awesome. Now I'm going to define what I'm returning here. So I want to return ID, and inside this post resource, this keyword corresponds to actual post modal. So I'm using this ID, which will be post ID. I'm going to return title, which is going to be post title. I'm going to return body, which is going to be post body. I'm going to return created it, and I am going to return updated it. Okay, yet I'm not returning the author ID information, and also I am formatting my created it and updated dates into the following format: year, month, day, space, hour, minute, and second. If we have a look in the Postman, this is the default format how the dates are returned. Now I send the request, and look at this, what I get. So first we have everything wrapped inside data. If I collapse the data, we don't have anything else inside the data, but inside each data now we have ID, title, body, created it, and updated it are formatted as I requested. We don't have author information, right? Let's say I want to return author information as well. So there are two ways what I can do. First is that I can provide author here as an associative array, and then I can access author information from the post modal itself. For this, I need to open post.php, and I need to define a proper relationship from post to user modal. So this is going to be public function post belongs to user. So from here, I'm going to return this belongs to and provide the user class. And I'm going to also provide the column name based on which the post belongs to user. This is author ID. Post's author ID actually is this is saved in the user modal ID column, right? So I can also define belongs to relationship, which needs to be imported from here. All right. So now I define this relationship, and I can do this in the opposite way as well, and go inside the user and define the relationship. Public function posts. Now return this has many. I'm using has many, providing post, column class, and also the column name, author ID. So user has many posts through the post modal author ID column. And again, I need to return the define the return type has many. Okay, awesome. Now we define these relationships, and we know that the post has now user. Actually, let me call this author. Awesome. Now let's go into post resource, and I can do the following. ID corresponds to, this is a post. Now post has a relation to author. All right. Because we defined this method here, Laravel is smart enough to define the property author, which will be the user who created the post, right? And I can take that ID. In the same way, I can return the name, this author name, and I can do the email as well, but I'm going to skip the email part. Let me save this and make the request. Now look at this. So now we have author information alongside with every other post information. We have the ID and name as well. This is pretty cool. But what if we need same type of format for products, for notes, for some other resources? Now, it's a good thing to create a separate resource for the user, and which is exactly what I'm going to do. PHP Artisan make resource user resource. User resource was created. Let's open this. I'm gonna return an array from here.
and I'm going to paste this portion like this. So we're going to return ID name, but instead of this author ID, this already corresponds to the user. So we just need this ID and this name. And we can return this email as well from here. Now let's go into post resource, and now author corresponds to new user resource, and we're going to provide this author inside this new user resource. I'm going to save this. I'm going to hit on send, and now I see author has ID, name, and email, and this is pretty cool. All right. Awesome. Let's go into post controller, and I want to change a few things here. We're going to return the instances of this post resource not only inside the index method, but we want to return this inside other methods as well. So we want to, let me scroll down below. When the post is created right here, we are returning this entire post. Let's go ahead and let's send the post request. Click on send. We get the post model. And as you can see, this is the post model, database model, not a resource because the dates are not formatted nicely, and we have author ID as well. Now I'm going to change this into new post resource and provide the post as an argument in the constructor. I'm going to save this, make the request again, and now we received just created post as a resource. We have author information as well, which might not be ideal. So sometimes we want the author information, sometimes we don't want the author information, because when I'm creating a new post, I am the author typically. So I am the author. Right now we haven't done the authentication part, but we will do. And when new post is created, I am the author. I know who is the author. Why do I need to get the author back? Also, in some cases, when I'm getting the post, if I am getting my post, why do I need the author? Okay, that's a question probably, and we will answer that question. But let's first change all places and return resources, because that's the important part when building APIs. When getting a single post, we need to return it. When updating the post and then returning it, we need new post resource as well. Scroll down below, and when deleting the post, obviously we don't return anything. Now we are using post resource everywhere, and let's test getting a single post with ID 2. Here it is, we get the post. If we try to get the first post, I think this doesn't exist, so we get 404, which is great, ideal. Okay, now we are getting author every time. As I mentioned, let's actually get all the posts what we have. So we have a couple of posts and we get the author every time. This is how I'm going to control whether the author should be returned or not. I'm going to go inside the post resource, and instead of getting this author, I'm going to change this into when loaded and provide author string here. Author is a relation into user from post. So when this relation is loaded, then pass it into the user resource. Otherwise, it will not pass it. So in this case, the relation is not loaded, so the author information is not going to be presented in the API resource, in the response. So if I go into post controller, scroll at the top, and let's say that I am getting all posts again, not filtering by current user, I'm going to call with, and I'm going to provide author as an argument. So I'm getting the post with author, which means now relation author will be loaded. So I save that. I'm going to hit on send, and oh, that's the thing. Instead of all right now, we should call get, because the all method doesn't exist on the builder. So that changes what is returned. Okay, we call get. Send the request. Now we have all the data and we have author information as well. Okay. And one last thing about the resources. Resources allow us to return paginated response as well. So I'm going to call paginate here instead of getting instead of getting all the records. Now, let's see how this changes the result. So we have only data at the moment. Click on send. Now we have data and links and meta as well. And that information returns everything about the pagination. Like what is the current page, from which record to which record we're displaying, how many items we're displaying per page, and so on. If I change now this through pagination into 2, and I'm returning only 2 records, now this is how it looks like. Let me collapse the links section. Now last page is 2. We are displaying from 1 to 2. Per page is 2, and totally there are 2 records. So based on that information, on any client, whether this is a web or mobile application, you can construct the pagination links and show how many links are available totally, based on the current page, based on total, and based on the per page as well. So that is actually really good. And one additional thing, if I go and get a single post, that single post is returned. Yeah, it is returned actually correctly. Yeah, this is returned exactly how I expected, but that's because we are explicitly converting this resource into JSON, right? So if I remove this response JSON and return this in the following way, now look at this, what happens. Now the returned post is wrapped inside the data. So that is sometimes convenient depending on your use cases, your client as well. And that wrapping everything inside the data is also done a couple of other frameworks. So that might be the case what you are looking for. Even right now, when we create new post, we are returning this with a custom response JSON. That's why when we create new post, we don't see this data right now. Post, yeah, actually, let's send the request. We create new post, we don't see this wrapped inside the data. But if I remove that part, save it, and send the request, so we see this wrapped inside the data. And by the way, look at this. The status code is also automatically set by Laravel. Laravel knows that we just created a new record and it set the status code by itself, right? That's pretty cool. But this is wrapped inside the data. And the same thing will happen in the update as well. If we try to send a put request for a specific post, we still get this wrapped inside the data. So this is the default behavior, and that might be okay for you. If you want to disable this, however, you need to go into the post resource class, and we have public static property called wrap, and we can set this into null, and that data wrapping will be disabled for that resources. Now, when we update the data or when we get a single post, we don't see this wrapping inside the data. However, when we get a list of posts, we're going to still see everything inside the data, because except data, we have additional columns, additional properties here, and we want this to be returned like that. However, we disable this wrapping for only one resource, and that is post resource. If you want to globally disable that, you're going to open App Service Provider, and you're going to use a JSON resource class, and then call without wrapping on the JSON resource. Let me comment out this. Send the request. Actually, we want to get a single post. Now we see it is wrapped. Now uncomment this. Send the request. Now it is not wrapped anymore. Depending on your use case, maybe you want to be wrapped everything inside the data. And if this is the case, you should always return resources directly without response JSON, custom response JSON, and you should not disable this wrap property on the post resource like this, or globally from App Service Provider. However, if you want to remove this data,
you know what to do. Now we're going to start working on registration and login. But before I do this, I'm going to make commits of all the changes what we have so far. VS Code has integration into version control system, Git in this case, and we can make a comment from the following interface, or we can open the terminal and execute first git status to see the result of the files. So these files have been modified, these files were added. So I'm going to execute git add to add all files, and then after git status will give me all files as green. So Git is watching those files now, and I can perform a commit, git commit -m as a message, and we can call this create post CRUD with resources or something like this. So now I created a second snapshot of this project. Okay, typically you're going to do these snapshots as often as you can, but also make them meaningful. Like, don't do one line change and then a snapshot. It's not a recommended thing. Okay, so now since we have the typical CRUD functionality, I want to focus on authentication, and then we can actually start building the project, which is our really cool AI-based project. So first, I'm going to install Laravel Breeze. To install Laravel Breeze, we're going to execute the following command: composer require Laravel/breeze --dev to install this as a dev dependency. So Laravel Breeze is a first-party package which gives you ability to scaffold your project with authentication into different technologies. So if I execute php artisan breeze install, then it's going to give me a couple of options like Blade with Alpine. So this is the default scaffolding, which gives you ability to create this registration, login, profile management using Blade and Alpine.js. We have the Livewire vault with class API as well as the functional API. We have React with inertia, Vue with inertia, and API only. So we are looking for API only, and I'm going to also choose the testing framework to be PEST. So let me wait a couple of seconds until this scaffolds everything. Okay, first of all, it detected that API routes file already exists. That's great because we executed php artisan install API command, which created that API routes. That's fine. One new database migration has been published. Would you like to run all the pending database migrations? We can execute yes. Nothing to migrate because we also have the sanctum access tokens, so nothing to migrate. But right now it is gonna do a couple of other things. Okay, so everything has been scaffolded successfully. Now, I want to show you what has been changed in our project. So if I click on the source control, so we see a bunch of changes in our project. Let me have a look if I have an option to view this as a tree. Yes, I do have this option. So I'm going to minimize everything and let's understand what has been changed so far. So inside Composer JSON, Laravel Breeze was installed. We can see this right here. Pagination and vidconfig.js was completely deleted because Pagination is for asset building, for JavaScript, for CSS, and we don't have any kind of website. We don't need JavaScript and CSS. We have only API. So this was gone. Vidconfig, the same. It is for the vid server. Vid is a npm server for building assets, so we don't need that. So inside app folder, it created a couple of controllers inside auth folder. That is for the registration, email verification, password reset, and so on. It also published the middleware, ensure email is verified. That's for the email verification process. We also have login request class right here. We also have modified app service provider. We can have a look at this as well. So it added the following create URL using the following syntax. So that's basically for the password reset functionality. All right, now inside Bootstrap PHP, inside app PHP, we have a couple of new middlewares. Again, let me collapse the left side. Ensure frontend requests are stateful, which is something we don't need, to be honest, because frontend requests will not be stateful. Okay, so before I continue here, so we see a bunch of changes. I said so many so right now. So we see a bunch of changes. And not all of them is relevant right now to us. But as a beginner developers, because I'm targeting this tutorial to beginner guys, as a beginner developers, we should understand how to work with existing code. That existing code might be generated using AI. It might come with some first-party package like Laravel Breeze. It might come with a third-party package, something else. So we need to understand how to read that code, how to modify that code, how to get along with that, and how to delete unnecessary code as well. So again, I'm going to continue and give you a couple of overviews. Like we have this course PHP, which is cross-origin resource sharing. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later. We have this Sanctum PHP updated. It has some, inside the stateful, basically some of the URLs were updated. Not so important right now. Resources are completely gone. CSS file was deleted, JavaScript files was deleted, and the Blade file was also deleted. This is excellent. Inside roads, we see API PHP is modified, and the thing is that our roads are completely gone, which is not something what we want. We have to recover this. Inside web PHP, we have also some changes, and we have a new untracked file, which is auth.php, and the auth.php contains all the authentication related logic that was generated by Laravel Breeze, and we have tests file as well. Okay, let's start with this auth.php, and I'm gonna simply delete, not delete, but close all the tabs, and let's open auth.php. So auth.php is used inside web.php. Inside web.php, we have included this auth.php. So what's the thing? What's going on right here? So why do we have everything inside the auth.php? What is auth.php? How it is included inside web.php? And why don't we see those auth.php inside API PHP as well? So there are two type of authentication using Sanctum. One is the session-based and cookie-based, and second is the fully token-based authentication. So right now I have to open the official documentation, and I'm going to type Sanctum here. Laravel Sanctum. So this is the URL. And if I zoom out slightly, on the right side, we're going to see this navigation helper section. If I zoom in, then this is gone. So I have to zoom out a little bit. So here we have a couple of sections, and we have three main things I want to focus on. API token authentication, we have SPA authentication, and we have mobile application authentication. So this is what I want to target on. So by default, Sanctum is smart enough to basically support all of them. But by default, it comes with the middlewares and the functionality that is necessary for the browsers, for the web applications. More specifically for the single page application authentication, because it supports by default sessions as well and cookies as well, because if you are building your API for your browser and then you create a standalone React or Vue.js application which uses that API, then this is exactly what you're looking for. So in fact, if I open app.php from Bootstrap, we're going to see here, ensure frontend requests are stateful. What does this mean? We know that REST is stateless, which means every request is independent and server doesn't have any information about the previous request. But right now, ensure frontend requests are stateful. That means that requests need to be stateful. So session need to be initialized. So I'm going to comment out this part, completely comment out. We don't need the frontend request to be stateful. Also, I want to have a look at the authenticated session controller, which is basically the same as login controller. So first of all, pay attention to the name, authenticated session controller. So we don't have sessions at all in the REST API, right? But because this is targeted to the front end, the web application front end, because the browser, whenever it makes requests into the API, then the sessions can be initialized. And we see that the name includes session, as well as in the login request, the sessions are regenerated.
So this is not what we want. We're going to modify this part. But first, I want to understand what's going on here. Okay, now because this is targeted to the web application, we can see that all this authentication part, registration, login, forgot password, reset password, verify email, email verification, notification, logout, all that part is of this auth PHP, and auth PHP is part of the web PHP. So they are part of web PHP, which is something I don't want. So I'm going to cut this out from here. I'm going to open API PHP, and I'm going to include them right here. Also, in our API PHP, several things are lost, like our endpoints are completely lost, and we're going to recover them. Git actually keeps track all the changes, what has been made in this file. So right now we can see this red caret. Here we also see red caret, which identifies that something has been deleted on these lines. And right here, this blue line actually means that something was changed on this line. So I'm going to again copy this, and I'm going to revert this file completely to its original state. So I'm going to click on this red caret and revert this. I'm going to click on this blue line and revert this. I'm going to click on this red caret and revert this. And finally, this is the last part, revert this. So everything was reverted how we had previously. Awesome. And the only thing is that we have now this auth part. So authentication related roles right now are part of the API. Okay, so far so good. Now let's go into changes again. And I want to review that everything is basically fully clear. And I want to also target the places where sessions are still used. Okay, login request. We're going to come back to login request, app service provider. We talked about this. Let's open Sanctum. Inside Sanctum, we are using this WebGuard. Okay, nothing significant has been changed in Sanctum. The only thing that was changed is this Sanctum stateful domains. So if we are talking about the statefulness, nothing is stateful, to be honest. So we are building an API, and that API is not going to be stateful because we are doing this in a slightly different way. We are doing this instead of sessions and cookies, we're going to have API tokens. Well, for now, we can leave everything as it is. And I'm going to target to the authenticated session controller. And I don't even like the name, so I'm going to start by changing its name. I'm going to call this login controller. Okay, good. Now let me change this here as well. Okay, good. Now let's open auth.php and find this authenticated session controller, and I'm going to replace this with a login controller here and here and here as well. That's more like it. Also, we have this registered user controller, which is more like the same name, I would name it. We can call this also register controller. That would be also fine. I'm going to click on this, open this, and we're going to target the registration part as well. Now, I want us to have a look at the API token authentication part, how we're going to issue API tokens, how also we're going to perform the registration, which is basically pretty much the same thing, what is already done in registered user controller. But the thing is that we are not going to perform authentication in the following part. But first, let's have a look at the authentication part in this Sanctum documentation. So first, we need to implement, we need to use has API tokens trait on the user model. So let's do this. We're going to open user PHP, and we are going to use the trait has API tokens. Okay, that's first thing what we need to do. After which, let's go here. After which, we can already start creating tokens with the following logic. Okay, then user might have multiple tokens. We are going to assign the token name, and we can optionally assign some token abilities to the token. And once we create the token, we are going to return that token as plain text token to the user. Okay, so this is pretty interesting and also pretty easy as well.
Let's go into registration part, and I'm going to remove this auth login because we don't want the login and it's not going to actually do anything. So what we do is that we create the user in the following way, and we can simply return just created user information, or we can simply return no content, which means that the user is created, there's nothing we can do anymore. Okay, so this is the first step. And actually, let's try to do this. Now, I'm going to click on these collections and I'm going to create new collection, a blank collection, and let's give it name also. Actually, we can give it name from here, Laravel REST API. Okay, awesome. Next, we're going to create a request inside this Laravel API, and that request is going to be a register. So we are making request on localhost port 8000 API, and then we have a register. If we have a look inside auth.php, which is already part of API PHP, we can see that the URL is register. So we are making request into register. Okay, let's go into headers section, and we're gonna add accept to be application JSON, and we're gonna add content type to be application just JSON as well. Now let's go into body, and we can send body as a row or as a XWWW form URL encoded as you want. So we're going to provide name, and actually we already have one user in the database, which is Zura. So let's create John. Name is John. Email is going to be john@example.com, and we're going to provide password as well. However, let's provide the password from 1 to 6. However, this is not going to work, and we're going to get the validation errors. First of all, we're sending the get method. Let's change this into post and make request. And now we're going to see this validation error on the password because password field confirmation doesn't match. So if we have a look in the registered user controller in the store method, we're going to see a couple of rules added on each properties like name, email, and password. So I think this is pretty clear. Inside email, required string, lowercase, email, and maximum 255. And also that email must be unique among users table email column. Email column is automatically detected by the property name. All right, so you can have a look at the whole validation rules in the Laravel official documentation. You can search for validation here. Just click on this and then search for rules on the right side. Available validation rules. That's it. And you can find everything here, including this unique. Let's go back into Sanctum documentation. And the password, it's required and confirmed. That confirmed makes sure that there is password confirmation property also in the request. And we have another rule, rules password defaults, which means that the password must be minimum 8 characters, it must contain uppercase, lowercase symbols, and so on. So we have all these rules. Now let's open Postman, and we can see these two validation rules were failed. First, we don't have this password confirmation, which is something we need to do. So I'm going to pass password confirmation, and this is going to be from 1 to 6. All right, so send the request. Now we're going to have one more validation rule failed, that the password must be at least 8 characters. We provide 7 and 8, 7 and 8, and we send the request, and now it is going to work. Actually, that defaults method doesn't have all that kind of validation rules, as I mentioned, like the lowercase, uppercase letters, and so on. But that's very basic. However, we can provide additional methods like letters. We can provide that the password must contain letters, and we can provide how many letters it should have as well. I think through the argument, not through the argument, but through a different way. So we can provide numbers as well, that the password must contain letters, numbers. We can provide some special characters as well. We can provide how many symbols the password should be minimum, and so on. So we have a couple of options. Actually, if I simply delete this default, and then we can define this letters and numbers and so on. Anyway, so there is ability to define that strong password, but for now, let's leave this into defaults. Okay. And since we provided 8-character password right now, the user is created, we see 204 status code. Now we can already try to authenticate with this email and password and generate the token. However, we're going to take a look at the login controller. Okay, let's see. We are using custom login requests, then request authenticate, then session regenerate, which is something we totally need to remove. And then we are returning no content. Okay, we have to change this part. Once the authentication is done, and which means that this authenticate method, okay, I have to explain everything about this authenticate method, but for now, let's just imagine that this checks the email and password, and if it's true, it's going to perform the authentication. If not, then it's going to simply return with invalid status code. But once the authentication is done, we have the user information inside request user. Okay, this is what we need. Then on that user, we can call create. Actually, I'm going to have a look in the documentation, issuing API tokens. So we added the trait, scroll down below. On that request user, we're going to call create token and provide the token name. So let's come into our VS Code, and on that user, we're going to call create token. We're going to provide the name. We can call this whatever we want, but for simplicity, I'm just going to give it a main as a name of the token. And once the token is created, we're going to get this through plain text token. So we're going to get this token as a plain text, but after this, that token will be saved in the database as encrypted token, and we will not be able to get that as plain text token anymore. So once we show this to the user, there is no other way user to see that token. Okay, awesome. Now, since we performed the authentication and we generated the token, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to return the authenticated user information through new user resource and provide the authenticated user. And I am going to return the token as well. And I'm going to change this into JSON response as well. Let's change this. This is going to be eliminate HTTP response. And well, because we are returning array, I think we can completely remove the part. Okay, that's fine as well. We are returning an array. We can specify that we are returning array from here as well. That's fine. Or if we decide that we are going to return this JSON response, then we have to convert this into JSON using response JSON. However, we might return some mixed things from here, and the Laravel is actually responsible for everything. So I'd rather just don't mention what I'm returning from here. Okay, or maybe we can write array again. Okay, cool. Now we're going to focus on this authenticate part, what this actually does. Okay, I'm going to open this login request and we're going to have a look. So this is typical form request, which has authenticate true. And it has validation rules as well, email and password. Scroll down below and it has this authenticate method and what this does. So it uses rate limiting functionality as well. Through this method, ensure is not rate limited. So I will explore this method as well, but for now, you can simply think that this checks that the user has not made too many requests in short period of time with incorrect credentials. So if the user made too many requests in a short period of time with incorrect credentials, then we're going to simply get the exception. Okay, so ensure is not rate limited. Look at this, and it's checking if the user has not made 5 requests in this short period of time. This throttle key is simply a unique text taken from the user's email address and the IP address. Simply converted this into a lowercase and run this into transliterate method simply to remove any malicious characters from there and to make this email and IP address concatenation fully safe for caching. And we are using this caching through rate limiter, too many attempts. Okay, if this is false, then we return. So it means rate limit wasn't hit. However, if this is true, and then the code comes here, and we are checking in how many seconds user is able to send the request again, and we are throwing this validation exception with this message. Let's go into a login request right now. Actually, let's do a second API endpoint. I'm going to duplicate this. This is the second. Let's call this login. The headers must be there. Inside the body, we're going to send only email and password. And the URL needs to be login. So I'm going to save that endpoint as well. Now I'm going to change the password and provide a different password. Okay, so send one. We get this 422. The credentials do not match our records. Second request, third request, fourth request, 5, and 6. Now, too many login attempts. Please try again in 46 seconds. Again, please try again in 33 seconds. So this is exactly what is done right here. Okay, so that's the whole story. We're going to talk about rate limiting, by the way, in this course. And I'm going to give you examples how you can add the rate limiting into your application. But for now, this is what it does. Let's go back. And if the rate limited is not hit, and if the exception is not thrown, basically, then here we try to authenticate user with email and password. And if there's a remember field, we're passing this as well, but we don't have remember field right now. If the login attempt was not successful, then we save inside the rate limiter that user tried one time authentication with incorrect credentials. Okay, and we throw this validation exception with this message, auth failed message, and that auth failed message has this translation: credentials do not match our records. Okay, however, if the authentication wasn't successful, then from the rate limiter we clear all incorrect authentication attempts, and the authentication does its job without throwing an exception. And this auth attempt method also sets the request user variable. So if this doesn't throw an exception, and if it returns normally, then we know for sure that we have request user. We take that user, create the token, return that token. Okay, I'm going to scroll down below and implement logout as well, because that's important part. Instead of this auth web logout, we don't have the web guard anymore. We don't have sessions. We don't have anything. Okay, so what we're going to do again, take the current user from request user, and then on that user, we're going to access current access token, and then we're going to call delete on that current access token. And finally, we're going to return with no content. Okay, so let me save this, and now I'm going to make request with correct credentials. So I'm going to hit on send. Look at this. So we received the user information, we received the token. Now I'm going to take that token and provide the token to all subsequent requests. Okay. However, we also need to add the authentication part into our API endpoints. I'm going to click on collections. This is the Laravel REST API collection. I'm going to click on this as well, and I'm going to go into the auth part. Inside auth part, I'm going to choose bearer token, and I'm going to paste this token. And I will explain what this actually does. But I'm going to duplicate this login, and I am going to change this get posts. I'm going to change this method into get, and I'm going to change the URL into v1 posts. Okay, we send the request and the posts are received. Okay, fine. Let's save this. Now we're going to add the authentication part into our API endpoints. So for this, we're going to open API PHP,
And just like we are using this auth sanctum middleware on the user, we're gonna add this middleware to all the API endpoints we have right here, for which we need basically authentication. So we can delete this hello when we don't need this anymore, right? Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Root middleware, we provide this auth colon sanctum, right? Then I'm grouping everything and providing function here. Okay, then I'm gonna take my v1 and put this inside this middleware group. And I can also take this get current user information and put this inside this middleware as well. Now, look what happens. So everything right here is protected under this auth sanctum middleware. But if I come here and send the request, that still works. How? Because if we click on the authorization part, we see that the authorization type is taken from parent, and the parent is the collection. So we added the authorization on the collection. That's a Postman specific thing. So if I go into get posts again, and if I add no auth, so I'm not sending any authentication information, click on send, we see 401 unauthorized. In order to actually make the request and get the information through the through JavaScript, through PHP, whatever, into our REST API, so we are going to send authorization header. Authorization header, and then we have to provide bearer, space, and that token, what was taken, what was returned in the login request. Again, let's go into login request, and this is the token. So I'm going to take that token without these double quotes, go into get posts, and right here, I'm going to paste that token. Now, if I send the request, we see all these posts, 200 status code. If I click on this and add extra symbol inside the token is not valid anymore. Send the request, we see 401. Okay, and for simplicity, because we want authentication on all the API endpoints, so I simply deleted that and I added this into the collection, and through the authorization, we can set this inherit auth from parent. But the whole idea is that the Postman has a shorthand version of sending the authorization header. So whatever I did right here, providing the authorization with the bearer token, Postman does exactly this by providing this authorization, bearer token, and the token right here. That's my token. Okay, so far so good. Now we added authorization part in our application. We have now endpoints to get the post. We can duplicate this and let's give it name create a post. We're going to switch this into post method. The endpoint stays the same. Inside the body, we are going to provide post title to be post title 1 or 11 body, and this is going to be post body 11. So again, let's send the request. Authorization part again is taken from the parent, so the bearer token is passed through these headers. We see right here the headers we gave it, and we see 9 hidden headers as well. If I show those hidden headers, we can see everything else, and authorization as well through this bearer. I'm not sure if we can reveal that. Yeah, we can reveal that information that is passed through this shortcut version of this authorization. Really cool, really awesome. New post was created with post title 11, post body 11, right? Okay, great. Now if I go into get posts again and send the request, we're gonna get all the posts, including the one what we just created. Actually, we see only 2 posts because in the post controller, where is post controller? Let's open the post controller. We have this paginate into 2. So I'm going to remove this, return 15, all of them, click on send. And at the bottom of the post list, we have this
we have this, where it is. Okay, we said we have so many posts. So, and here we see this post title 11, the last one what we created. Okay, however, here we are returning all the posts, right? But we want to return only posts that belongs to the currently authenticated user. So we're going to get the currently authenticated user information here. Okay, I'm going to take out this here and I'm going to assign this into posts. And then I'm going to get the currently authenticated user information. That should be posts. And we're going to pass posts here. But I'm going to get the currently authenticated user information or user ID. And there are a couple of ways. So I can use request here and then access the user information from request user. Or I can use auth facade, this one, and then this auth has a couple of methods, like ID is one of the methods to get the currently authenticated user ID, or it has this user method as well. So I'm giving you all the possibilities. Or we even have global request method, and that request has user here as well to get the user information. Okay, we have different options. Now, since we have the user, now we can add where clause here, or, you know, I'm going to do it differently. On that user, I'm going to call posts and then paginate. Actually, we can call also with author if we want. Actually, we don't want, but we can do it. Semicolon is missing here. Now I'm going to save this and I'm going to send the request and I'm going to get an error first. We need like this. We need this parenthesis as well because we're going to access this as a query builder with author paginate. That's it. Now we see empty data because this is the new user. This is user John, and John actually doesn't have any posts. The post was which was created through the user John even was not created John because we have hard-coded author ID here, 1. Okay, so we're going to change that part as well. We don't want this author here, by the way, and I'm going to remove this. But let me actually change that part. We have request, so I can use request user ID. I'm going to take the authenticated user's ID and put this inside author ID. Now, if I create a new post for John, which was created, then I go into get posts and send the request. I'm going to get one post, which was created for John. And that one post also contains the author information, which is something we don't want. That's why I'm going to remove this with author. You can add it if you want, but I don't need that, so I'm going to remove that part. Click on send. Now I get post information without author. Okay, so index is perfect. We're getting all the posts for the authenticated user. Create is great. Now, to get a single post for the user, we're going to do some checks. So I'm going to get the currently authenticated user information through request user, and then I'm going to check if the currently authenticated user's ID is different from the post ID. It means that I am trying to view a post which belongs to somebody else. Before I do anything here, I'm going to comment out this. Now, user John has only one post which has ID 9, right? But I will try to view a single post with ID 2. Look at this, I got this. So this belongs to a different user, but I got this because we don't have that check. Now I'm going to add this check, and if this happens, I'm going to call a function called abort. We can provide a status code like 300 and 403, and with some message like access forbidden. Now we make the request and we see 403 status code access forbidden because the current user doesn't have permission to view that specific post information. However, the current user can view post 9.
Let's use this double equality here. Oh, wait, hold on. Not post ID, but post author ID, of course. Look at this. Now the user can view post with ID 9, but not post with ID 2, 3, up to 8. What just happened? Yeah, access forbidden. Okay, so we can simplify this, and we have abort if function as well. That's shorthand version. The first argument is the condition. So abort should be called if this condition was satisfied, if the authenticated user ID doesn't belong to the auth ID. The post's author ID. Actually, I'm going to even simplify this, and I'm going to use auth facade ID here, and I'm going to delete this line. If the authenticated user ID doesn't belong to post author ID, we return with forbidden. Now I'm going to put this in a couple of other places. We're going to put this in the update place, because we are not allowed to update the post if that post does not belong to me. And in the destroy place as well, we are not allowed to delete the post if that post doesn't belong to me. Now we have all the validation rules in place. Not the validation rules, but the security checks. Now let's go into Postman and let's add those endpoints. So we have get posts, we have create posts, create a single post. I'm going to add another endpoint, which is going to be get a single post, where we're going to provide the post ID. Let's provide 9. Get, that works. Let's add update post as well. Update a post. We're going to send put request on the following URL and send. The title field is required. Let's go into body. That's correct. So we're going to provide title and body. And that's going to be updated title. This is going to be updated body. Okay. And finally is going to be deleting of a post. Actually, we have to save those because we're duplicating. We have this bullet. So I'm going to save this update. I'm going to save this create. And I'm going to save this. That should be actually get all posts. So this is how it should be. And I'm going to close all the tabs right now. And this is going to be delete a post. If you didn't follow, no worries. I'm going to show you everything. Now the post was deleted, 204. Great. Save it. Now let's go into collections. Look at this. So we have register, login, post requests. We have get posts with get method, create a post with post method, get a single post with get method, update a post, and delete a post. And that's basically all what we needed. And one thing probably we're missing is the logout. So I'm going to duplicate login as well. We're going to make post request into logout API endpoint. And we're going to call this logout as well. Save it. Here we see logout. I'm going to click on send. We are not authorized to perform the logout. Strange. Why? Okay. Yeah, I think I know why this happens. I'm going to hide all the other headers. Let's go into auth PHP and find the logout section, which has a different middleware. It has auth middleware. It doesn't have auth sanctum middleware. And this is what we're going to change. From auth into auth sanctum, I'm going to copy this and replace every other place where we have just auth without auth sanctum. I'm going to save that. Let's perform logout again.
Now that worked. We see 204 status code. And if after this we try to get posts, which internally is using this old authorization token, which was actually deleted because of the logout, we are going to see unauthorized because that token is not valid anymore. After which we have to call a login request again if we want to authorize and get the proper token. We have seen a basic example of rate limiting. Actually, it was not a basic example. It was pretty comprehensive and interesting example inside a login controller, inside this login request, right? Here, we use this rate limiter to hit, to save the record, and to clear the saved records inside the limiter, and also to check how many seconds is available for the throttle key to attempt it again, and so on. So this is pretty interesting case. However, in most cases, we need a pretty basic and simple rate limiting functionality that a user should only make whatever 60 requests as an example per minute, or 200 requests per minute, not more than that. All right, how we're going to do this? So we have throttle middleware, and we can see this inside auth PHP. Look at this throttle, and that throttle has two parameters, like 6 and 1, which means that 6 requests maximum per 1 minute. The same thing happens here. Okay. However, there is ability to define a group inside this throttle middleware, and this is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to open App Service Provider, and right here I'm going to use rate limiter, which is going to be illuminate support facades. Then I'm going to call for, and I'm going to provide API. So I'm defining rate limiter for the API. Then I'm going to provide a function. And we're going to accept request. We need to import that request class from illuminate HTTP request. All right, after which we are going to return limit. We are using this rate limiting, cache rate limiting class, limit per minute, and provide how many requests per minute. 60 requests. As an example, you can set this 200, 110, whatever you want. 60 requests per minute. And I'm going to also group this by authenticated user. So I'm providing the request user, and if the request user exists, I'm using this question mark, then I'm going to take its ID. If the request user doesn't exist, then it's going to fall back to the following area. If this is null, then this will be null, and the code execution will come here, in which case I'm going to take request IP. So if the user exists, we're going to take the user ID. If the user doesn't exist, and if the user is guessed, we're going to take the request IP. So we created that group. Now, if I go into the API, I have auth middleware here. I'm going to wrap everything inside throttle middleware as well. We are using throttle colon API colon, and then we can provide whatever we want, like again number of seconds or minute. But because we defined the throttle API, and that API has built-in number of requests per minute, then we don't need to provide anything here. So if I reduce this into 2, or like let's reduce this into 2. So then let's go into our Postman, and let's try to send the request. 1, we received the user information. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to take this, go into collection, go into auth section, and replace this old expired token with a new one. Okay, then I'm going to try to get the posts. Get the posts. That worked. We got the posts. All right. Get again. Get again. Now we see these too many attempts. That's it. So only 2 requests per minute is okay, but after that we get this too many requests with status code to 429. And let's increase this into 200 as an example. And the great thing is that we have a function here, so we can have logic, the logic you are looking for. If the authenticated user is admin,
you can provide 1000 requests per minute. If the authenticated user is a regular user, then you can provide 60 requests, 200 requests. So you have a logic and you can define how your rate limit should work. And we also have different methods like per day, per hour, per minute, per second, whatever is suitable for you. I'm going to set this into 60 as an example, and I think that's great. Now, I'm going to start working on an actual project, our final project of this course. But first, we're going to make commit of everything. I switched right now into Cursor because we are going to basically use AI in some of the places to auto-generate the code, but don't get scared. I'm going to explain everything. We are not going to take code from AI simply without explanation. And also, we are not going to like generate hundreds of lines of code. You will be able to follow along with you typing if, in my case, something is generated by AI. Okay? Don't quit. Don't scared. So you're going to be allowed. You will be able to allow. Okay. Now, first, let me commit everything. Install Laravel Breeze and implement proper authentication. I'm going to click on commit. Now I'm making commits through this UI, not using terminal. Okay, so we're going to start everything by first by generating the model and the migration. So you know what the project is about. We are going to generate prompts out of the uploaded image with the help of AI, so that you can take that prompt, give it to AI image generation engine, and you're going to get that new image, which will be really similar to the uploaded one. Okay, so we're going to start everything from the migrations, and I'm going to create new model in migration by executing PHP Artisan make model, and I'm going to call the model image generation. And let me provide the -m flag to generate the migration as well. Okay, image generation model and the migration was created. Let's open the migration. We have these image generations here, and let me add a couple of properties. Like I'm going to add foreign ID, the user ID column, constraint on users, and I'm going to also add cascade on delete. So if the user is deleted, I want the all the generations to be deleted as well. Okay, now I'm going to get a bunch of auto completions by Cursor, so just be ready for that. Okay, so then we have prompt. That actually, let me call this generated prompt. So this is the prompt that will be generated by the AI. So I'm going to have also image. You know what? It generated a lot of unnecessary things, which I don't like, to be honest. So I want this user ID constrained users. Okay, that's fine. I want that. Stop it. Stop. So then I want generated prompt. This is going to be text. That's right. Then I want image, not the image URL, but I want image path, where I'm going to save the uploaded image locally. All right. So I'm going to also save the original name of the image, and optionally I can save the image size in MIME type. So I'm going to duplicate this, and this is going to be integer. Oops, integer, and this is going to be file size, and we're going to have string, which is going to be MIME type. Let me double check this. So we have ID, we have the user ID, we have the image generated prompt and image path. I can actually move this up. Generated prompt, original name. Let's call this original file name. File size, MIME type. Okay, great. So I'm going to bring up the terminal and I'm going to execute this migration. PHP Artisan migrate. We hit the enter, create image generation table was executed properly. And we're going to create controller as well. PHP Artisan make controller image generation controller. Okay, we created empty controller. It is not a typical resource controller, so I'm going to leave it like this, empty controller. So I'm going to create two methods here. One is going to be index, from which we're going to simply return all the generations the user has performed. And second, let's add a store method, which is going to handle uploading image. All right, I'm going to open also api.php, and I'm going to add these new rules. Okay, I'm using this API resource, image generations. I'm using this image generation controller right here. However, we don't have all the resource endpoints of this image generation. So we don't have a get a single generation, we don't have update the generation, and we can also provide only actions we are looking for. Like through this only method, we configured only index and store. That's all what we have. Now I'm going to import that controller, image generation controller. Okay, that was imported. Now let's bring up the terminal, and I'm going to execute php artisan route list. Let's have a look. Now we have two new rules, image generations. Okay, we have the index to get all the image generations, and we have post to perform the image generation. Okay, cool. Now we have the model created, we have the migration executed. Let me open image generation model, and we're going to add a couple of properties inside fillable. We will need that. Define fillable with user ID, image path, generated prompt, original file name, file size, MIME type, and that's it. So we're going to also define the relation to the user so that the image generation belongs to a user. That was auto-generated by cursor, and we're going to import this belongs to. So we have this relation properly defined. We can open this user, and let's define the reverse relation on image generations. The current user has many image generations, and the has many needs to be imported as well, which is already imported in the following file. Now we're going to install the correct package to communicate to OpenAI's API. For this, we're going to execute composer require OpenAI -php/client. OpenAI-php/client. So this is the package we need, and this is the package we're going to use in our project to communicate to OpenAI's API. Okay, so once this is created, this was actually required. Once this is required, then we have to open the sidebar, and we're going to add API key in en file. So I'm going to open en example first, scroll down below, open AI config. Okay, and I'm going to define OpenAI _API _key. So this is the template. Oops. Now I'm going to take this and put inside env at the very bottom, but we have to actually generate OpenAI's API key and put this right here. So I'm going to show you how you can get this. So in the Google, you can simply type OpenAI API keys and create an OpenAI API key. Just click on this. If you don't have OpenAI's account, you have to create that. Once you do this, then you probably also need to add your billing information, because using OpenAI's API keys basically starts charging you. So you have to fill up the billing information as well. And you can claim free tokens as well if you want. So we're going to click this create new secret key, and you're going to give it name, some name, whatever it's going to be, and you're going to create secret key, then copy that key and put in your en file. Okay, I'm going to put my secret key into this en file, but I'm not going to show you this to you because I don't want you to have a look at my OpenAI's API key. Okay, so I'm going to put this and I'm going to continue after that part. Now I'm going to open services.php and scroll at the very bottom, and I am going to add OpenAI service. And I'm going to add the key which is going to be taken from the OpenAI's API key. This is exactly what I have added, and you have just seen my API key. That's fine. Okay, I didn't want this, but now because you saw this, I have to delete this. And I will create a new one. Okay, so we have this OpenAI's key added into the service. Now what we need to do, I'm going to create a service class. I'm going to bring up the terminal. I can collapse the left side. And I'm going to execute PHP Artisan make class. Inside services folder, I want to create OpenAI service class. I think this is the name I want to give. Now let's open OpenAI's service. Just like this. And this is going to be a typical plain class, and it's going to have one main method which will do all the job. And that method is going to be called generate prompt for image. Generate prompt from image. As a parameter to this method, we're going to expect uploaded file, which is going to be illuminate HTTP uploaded file. And this is going to be image. And that method must return string. And that string is going to be the prompt generated by the OpenAI's API. Okay, now what we are going to do. On that image, come on, stop it. Okay, on that image, I'm going to call get path name, which is going to be where the file is located right now. Okay, then I'm going to read that using file get contents, get file get contents. I'm reading that information, and then I'm going to call base64 encode on that. So I'm reading the file and encoding this into base64, and this is going to be my image data. After this, I'm going to read the MIME type as well. So I need MIME type, which is going to be image get MIME type. So I have the file image data, I have the MIME type. Now I'm going to create OpenAI's client and then send the request. Client equals, I'm using new factory. I'm going to use new factory, and that factory, let me find the proper factory class to import. That must be OpenAI's factory. So I'm creating an instance of this new factory. Then I'm going to call with API key to take that API key from services OpenAI's key. And I'm going to call make to create the factory. So that services API key is the key which is inside services and which is taken from env. Now we have the client and we can already send the request. So on that client, we're going to call method chat. Then we're going to call create and provide array to it. So here we're going to provide the model. Model can be GPT or 4o mini, or I'm going to actually choose 4o, and then we have to provide messages. Okay, that messages will be actually array, but we're going to provide only one message at the moment. But inside that message, we're going to have two content. One is going to be my prompt, and second is going to be actual image which I'm passing to it. All right. So here we're going to have array as a single message. Then I'm going to provide role. Actually, I need square brackets here as well. So then I need role to be user. So I'm as a user giving the following information to OpenAI. So then I'm going to provide content, and inside content, I'm going to provide array and then two elements.
two array elements. The first one is going to be my prompt, which is going to have type to be text, and I'm going to give it my text. And let me actually copy that text. I'm going to copy and put this right here, and I'm going to read this. Analyze this image and generate detailed descriptive prompt that could be used to recreate a similar image using AI image generation tools. The prompt should be comprehensive, describing the visual elements, style, composition, lighting, colors, and any other relevant details. Make it detailed enough that someone could use it to generate similar image. I'm going to also add one sentence. You must preserve aspect ratio exactly as the original image has, or very close to it. Okay, that's it. Now we have the second content inside this content array, which is going to have type image URL, and I'm going to provide the actual image URL through the following way. We are providing data colon, then the image MIME type, semicolon, base 64, comma, and the actual image data. So this is the way how we're giving the whole information to OpenAI. So we are starting this conversation. I'm going to collapse this, and finally we're going to have some response. After which we're going to return that response in the following way. Response choices at 0, we're going to take a message out of it and content. So simply this is the way how we're going to get it. Okay, awesome. Now since we do this, we have this main method ready to communicate to OpenAI's API. We can already use it in the controller. Let's open image generation controller, and let's focus on this store method. So actually, I'm thinking that we need a separate class here as well. I'm going to call this generate prompt request. Let me generate this. PHP Artisan make request generate. I thought I copied it. Generate prompt request. Generate prompt request. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I'm going to open this and I'm going to modify this a little bit. So first I'm going to add authorized to be true. Then I'm going to scroll down below and I'm going to add several rules. I'm going to add image. Only one property I'm going to actually get, but there are several validation rules we need. Like we need to make the image required. We need to make this to be a valid file. We need to make this to be valid image. We need it to have a proper MIME type, one of the following MIME types. We're going to give it proper the maximum size, and I'm going to actually do this to be 10240. So maximum 10 megabytes. So I'm going to also add dimensions like the minimum, maximum dimensions. So minimum width, minimum height 100 pixel, maximum width, maximum height 10,000 pixel. Okay, that's it. So I have these validation rules for all of them, and optionally I can of course define custom messages as well. Actually, I'm going to do this. Let me copy this messages array and I'm going to define this here. So for image required, an image file is required, uploaded file must be a valid file, uploaded file must be a valid image, and so on. So we have all the validation rules here. So we have the maximum size. We don't have minimum size, which we can do, like minimum to be 1 kilobyte, something like this. Yeah, we can do this. Okay, so we have the request class ready with authorized true. Now let's go into the controller and we're going to focus on this controller class. I'm going to get the uploaded. Yeah, we're going to change this. It's really weird how
cursor decides that I want to change this right now into something else, and that actually is true. So generate prompt request. Okay, so this is the class I want to use. Now I'm going to take the currently authenticated user information, which is going to be request user. I also want to take the image, which is going to be request image. Now I want to take the original name of the uploaded image. So original name is image get client original name. I want to sanitize the original name and make the name a little bit safer. So I'm going to create new variable sanitized name, which sanitized name. However, I don't want this in the following way. So I'm going to do prig replace. I think that's more like it. This is the original name, but again, I'm going to use path info, original name, and path info file name. Okay, that's more like it. So from this original name, I am taking only file name. Actually, this original name probably contains only file name, nothing else, but we're still running this inside the path info file name to take the last portion of the file name. So to explain this, if my original name is called something.png, okay, then this path info original file name with path info file name will simply again return something.png. Then we're passing that something.png right here, okay? And we are simply replacing several characters with underscore. And we can also add dot here, underscore, and dash. So anything that is not in the following list of characters, like from lowercase a to z, from uppercase a to z, dot, underscore, and dash, anything that is not in the following list, let's replace it with underscore. And we have then sanitized name, which is actually safe to upload this file somewhere. Okay, we're going to get the extension as well. We need extension, get client original extension. We have this. And finally, I need save file name, which is going to be sanitized name. Take the sanitized name. Actually, I'm going to concatenate this with the current time. So that just in case there is the same named file uploaded multiple times. So I'm adding the current time as well to this sanitized name. And then I'm adding the extension at the bottom. Okay, now I have this save file name, and which is the place where I plan to save my uploaded file. So after I did this on image, I'm going to call store as. I'm going to provide inside store as. I'm going to provide uploads / images as the location. Uploads / images. The save file name is the place where I'm going to save this. And in terms of the location, I'm going to put this in a public location. All right. For security reasons, we can also put this file in a random named folder. So we are putting this inside the public because we might want to show that URL, return that URL to the user as well. So that user can access that URL and see what file he has uploaded. That's why we have to put this in a public place. If we put this in a private place, then the image will not be visible from the browser URL. But maybe we have to add some random name. Like instead of time here, let's use str random as a random text. That str we can use illuminate support str. Cool. Now we have this saved image path, which we can actually assign this into image path. Okay. And now we're going to generate prompt. For this, I'm going to use this OpenAI service class instance where I just created this one.
And this one doesn't have constructor, it doesn't extend anything. So simply we can create its instance, and I'm going to create a constructor class here, and I'm going to accept this OpenAI service as a private property, and then I can use this OpenAI service in the controller. All right. So I need curly braces here, and the OpenAI service needs to be imported. Okay, great. Now here I can use this OpenAI service generate prompt for image, and this is going to give me generated prompt. Okay, since we have prompt generated, we can already save the record in the database. So on the user, the current user, I'm going to call image generations as a relation and create on it. And then I'm going to provide image path, generated prompt, original file name, image size, and MIME type. And finally, I'm going to return the entire image generation as a response with status code 201. So we have just created new image generation. Okay, and then from that response, we'll be able to take this generated prompt. Okay, awesome. Now let's open Postman and let's add a new API endpoint. I'm going to duplicate this. Actually, let's duplicate this delete a post. And I'm going to call this create, generate new prompt. We're going to switch this into post. The URL is going to be image-generations, right? Let's go into body, and I'm going to switch this into form data, and I'm going to change this into file. And the name will be image, and I'm going to select the file from my local computer. And for some reason, Postman doesn't show on Linux the folder names, so this is really weird, but I will try to pick some image. Actually, let's take this dog. Okay. Yeah, let's try. Now, do we have the proper authorization? Yeah, I think we have it, so that should work. Let's click on send. It is thinking. Okay, it works. So we have this image path. This is the location where the image is uploaded on the server, and we have this generated prompt, and we have this original file name and the file size, MIME type, user ID, everything basically what we need. But here is the prompt. That prompt is actually something cool. I want to take this prompt now, and I want to pass it to ChatGPT. So I'm going to paste this here, create an image of small fluffy white dog with a curious and under-earing expression, seated on a dark gray modern sofa. The dog's fur is shaggy. This looks really nice in my opinion. So we have new lines which we can add. Here we have new lines as well. Okay. Let's see. This will take obviously some time. So let's go into our API, and I'm going to add image generation resource, because as I mentioned, resources are absolutely necessary for every production ready APIs and scalable APIs. So I'm going to bring up the terminal, and I'm going to execute PHP Artisan make resource, and I'm going to call this image generation resource. Image generation resource. Okay, cool. Now the resource was created. We're going to open this, then come here, and let's return ID. We need to return image path, generated prompt, original file name, file size, MIME type, created it and updated it. Everything seems okay. Inside created it and updated it, I want to format this with the following format. And in terms of the image path, we don't need image path. Instead, I want image URL.
And for image URL, I'm going to check if the image path exists, then I'm going to call asset, and I'm going to prefix storage this image path. Otherwise, I'm going to return null. So that's more like it. Now I'm going to save this. Let's go into image generation controller. And right here, I'm going to return this new image generation resource. Okay, that image generation resource needs to be imported. Now let's have a look to ChatGPT what it did. Look at this. That's really good. Whoa, it also detected that there was a small hand visible, and that hand is still there. And it also detected, okay, I'm going to show you the original one. I have to show this to you. Let's do this really quickly. Here it is. So this is the original one. This is the generated one. The dog eyes are really, really well done. So this is great. We have this image. I'm speechless, to be honest. Okay, so let's go into Postman, and I'm going to do this one more time. In this case, we are returning the result of the resource. So let me click on send. The prompt might be slightly different, but we are looking for the response format. 201 created. We have this wrapped inside the data ID image URL. We can click on this and okay, so we have this forbidden. Why? Probably because we haven't created storage link, maybe. Let me open cursor and execute PHP Artisan storage link. Okay, the link was created. Let's refresh it. Okay, this is the uploaded image, and it has random name here as well. Dot is missing, by the way, at the bottom. Yep, right here. Dot. We only need dot. Dot was missing. This is the uploaded file name. This is the random name, and then dot. We can increase this random name into something else like 32 characters, just to make sure that it is non-guessable. Okay, so far so good. What we are looking for is this response format, right? And the response format is now through the resource, which is actually awesome. And now let's create one API endpoint inside the actually implement the index method to return image generations for the current user. So I'm going to get the current user. Then on that current user, I'm going to call image generations. I'm going to sort this by latest image generation at the top. And I'm going to paginate this and return 10 records at a time. And finally, I'm going to use this image generation resource collection, passing this result of pagination. So if I save this, let's go into collection. I'm going to save this method because this is not delete anymore, it is post. And I'm going to duplicate this. Get image generations. We're going to switch this into get. We're going to save it and send request. And now we have 2 image generations as a response. And then user can have a look at her history of the prompt generations, not the image generations, but the prompt generations. Actually, we should probably call these image generation. Okay, the naming is kind of not 100% accurate, so we are not generating images, we're generating prompts out of the image. So we can rename this if we want, but because the route name needs to be renamed, let's open API PHP. The route name, renaming the route name is actually easy. So we can call this prompt generation. all right? But we have to rename the controller as well and the file as well. Prompt generation controller. Okay, let's try it. Prompt generation controller. And then we have to rename prompt generations here as well, and prompt generations here as well. So I'm going to leave this to you. That's a good challenge to you. Let's go into API, and I'm using image generation, so I have to change this into prompt generation, and I'm going to import from here prompt generation as well. However, look at this. So we have this prompt generation controller directly inside app HTTP controllers, which is something wrong, and we should move this inside API version 1 because we have the version 1 prompt generations. So let's bring up the left sidebar, and I'm gonna just take that prompt generation controller and move it inside API v1. Okay, now if we go inside the prompt generation controller itself, we're going to change the namespace into API v1, and then we're going to go into the place of that controller is also now different. We have to take this from app HTTP controllers. That is necessary now, and we're going to go into API PHP, and we're going to import this from API version 1 as well. Now we can go back into these image generations, and we're going to change the URL into prompt generations. We're going to save this, send the request, and we get the result, get prompt generations. We can call this, and this is also not get. Yeah, this is correct. Generate new prompt. The name is correct, but the URL should be prompt generations. Okay, so the rest I will leave to you to change the model and the relation. Instead of image generations, we're going to call these prompt generations, prompt generation resource. The request class is actually correct. Now we're going to add documentation into our REST API. And for this, we're going to use the following package, dedoc/scramble. This is an open source package, and you can have a look in the GitHub, and you can find the entire documentation of this on the following website, scramble.dedoc.co. But it's pretty simple, and it's like the easiest documentation package out there. We're going to simply copy the following command, this one. We're going to open our cursor or VS Code, whatever you have right now, and I'm going to paste this. Just see is missing, composer required dedoc/scramble. So now this is going to install the package, and the great thing is that after the package is installed, it already starts working automatically. And look at this. So the package is installed. That's it. Now let's go into our domain. By the way, I switched into localhost port 8000. It is not localhost port 8001 anymore. And we're going to access docs/API. Look at this. So the documentation is already there. On the left side, we see all the endpoints we have. We see the /user endpoint. We see email verification notification. Now, this is a controller, and we see the method inside there. And we can also start sending API requests from the UI as well. We have the login. This is it. We have the logout as well to destroy an authenticated session. We have the password request reset and so on. And down below, we also have these request and resource class descriptions, so-called. So this is the login request class. This is the image generation resource as well. And this package dedoc/scramble automatically detects all these, parses that, and just gives us the following UI. We have this store post request as well, which has the following example: title string, body string. Now, what I want to do is to add the authentication part, because every request actually needs authentication, right? So if we go into prompt generation and click on this prompt generations.store, so we can choose an image from here,
but we need authentication part as well. We need to pass the bearer authorization token. How we are going to do this? So I'm going to open now cursor, and we're going to open App Service Provider. Inside App Service Provider, inside the boot method, I'm going to scroll down below, and I'm going to add the following code. Scramble after open API generated. So we're going to add the following, we're going to call the following method and provide a closure function inside. All right. So curly brace, parenthesis, semicolon. This open API must be imported inside. Dedoc scramble support. Okay. Just make sure that this is imported properly. Dedoc scramble support generator open API. And inside that closure, we're going to call on this open API. Open API, we're going to call secure, and we're going to pass, let me move this on a new line. This autocompletion sometimes, when I don't want it to autocomplete, is killing me. Okay, so open API, I'm calling secure, and then I'm calling security scheme, not the bearer, but HTTP, and then I'm going to pass bearer, and then I'm going to pass bearer auth right here. All right, so you can find all this in the documentation, not semicolon. The security scheme needs to be imported as well. This is imported from Dedoc scramble support generator security scheme. So this is all what we add. And once we do this, now we open this cursor chat, I'm going to save the file, and let's go and refresh this. Now look at this. So we have the following part. And this, by the way, auto-populates the token because I have already done this. And if you enter this token once, then it is going to remember this. If you change this token into something else and then send the request, of course, we're going to get unauthorized because the token is not correct, but that token will be saved. So if you refresh the page, you're going to still see the same token. So first, what we are going to do, we're going to authenticate, right? So I'm going to provide the user, which is going to be john@example.com, and the password is going to be from 1 to 6 as I remember. Send API request. These credentials do not match. Okay, maybe 7 and 8 is also necessary. Okay, we got this. Now I'm going to copy this token and I'm going to paste it here. Now it is going to be remembered on every request. I'm going to click on this prompt generation, and this prompt generations.store, this is the name. However, we can assign a more user-friendly label as well. All right, now I'm going to choose an image. Let me go into pictures and let me choose my dog, select this and send API request. Now it is thinking, and it is going to take several minutes. Meanwhile, we can have a look in the documentation. So this is like okay type of documentation, like not super cool, not the best one, to be honest, but you can find everything what you're looking for. So you can find this authentication part, requests, responses. We can see the Laravel data as well, which is the for the Laravel specific thing, and it has also pro version if you're interested in this. But the easiest part to change, as an example, the following names into more user-friendly labels, you're going to simply add the doc annotations to the methods. Okay, now look at this. So 201 created, we got the entire data. So, and this is the image URL, and here we see this generated prompt, which we can take and give it to ChatGPT. And we're going to see the output. Dog will be generated basically out of the following prompt, which is pretty cool. But this is it. So we have the fully working documentation, which also can be used as a REST client to send the request into our API. Let's go into this method. That method is image generate. Actually, this is called prompt
generation controller. Yeah, that's correct. And let's find this store method, and we can add the annotation here, duck block annotation, right? So what is this? Generate descriptive prompt from image. All right. So now I'm going to save this, and we're going to refresh it here. And look at this. Now we see this generate, which by the way has typo. Generate descriptive prompt. Look at this, generate descriptive prompt from image. So we can give it more shorter name, like this can be generate prompt as an example, and then we can have more descriptive, like a description type of thing. Now this is generate prompt, and we can see this generate descriptive prompt from an image. So you can customize each API endpoint using the following docs. And if you add these params and return types as well, that's gonna make the following page even more helpful to the users. Now we see what is the response. It is the image generation resource. This is it. And we see the body. It is multi-part form data, and we can also add, we can have a look in the documentation, and we can also add what type of request data we are expecting here. Optionally, I can use AI and give the following prompt: add short but descriptive documentations for dedoc/scramble package to my open controller, and I can tag the controller. And the changes were made by the AI. So this is what was added on index method. This is kind of the title of the URL. This is the description: retrieve a paginated list of all image generations created by the authenticated user, ordered by most recent first. We can have a look this updated description for the store, for the prompt generation, and the last one. Basically, this is the second one, and this is the third change made in the following file. So we can keep all, and if we have a look in the UI here, now we're going to see list image generations. This is its description. This is the description of the to generate prompt from an image, and that's, I think, pretty cool and amazing. I have duplicated several records in the database, and now I have about 50 prompt generations in my database. And what I want to demonstrate right now is how to paginate the data, how to search inside the data, and how to sort this as well. I have updated my controller, prompt generation controller, and right now here we have a different duck block annotation, which is basically for the documentation, which is displayed right here. We're supporting two query parameters: search and sort. And the search basically searches inside generated prompt field, and the sort has the following syntax. You can provide created at or minus created at, and if you provide created at, it is going to sort the records by created at in ascending order. Latest records at the top, first, not the latest, but the first created record at the top. If we sort this by minus created at, then we're going to have latest created records at the top. All right. So now if we make request, first of all, we simply send request on the following URL and prompt generations, and we don't provide any kind of route query parameters here, right? So let me just refresh this. Yeah, let's leave this into CURL. Okay, send the request, and this is the data. All right, so by default, Laravel supports pagination because we have paginated prompt returned from here. And if we pay attention to this, we see per page is 10, 2 is 10, total is 48. I want to make the same request in Postman. Here is Postman, and let's send get posts request. Click on send. Yeah, this should be localhost port 8000, send the request, and here we go, got the response. However, the user is different, probably because we didn't get anything. So I'm going to copy the following token. let's go into our collection. This is a Laravel REST API collection. Let's click on this and change this token. Okay, click on get posts, send the request. Oh, my bad. We don't want send. Get prompt generations. Okay, that should be it. Again, port 8000. Okay, now look at this. So I'm going to minimize this data, collapse the data, and now we have these links. And scroll down below, we have this meta section as well. So we see current page is 1, from 1 to is 10. From 1 to 10, we're displaying 10 records. Last page is 5. We see total 48 records, and the last page is 5. Now, if I add a query parameter like page equals 2, and we hit the enter, now this is going to load records from 11 to 20. We still see per page 10, but the current page is now 2. Now we're displaying the information on the second page for the pagination. I can change this into 3. Now we see from 21, displaying records from 21 up to 30. And the current page is 3. And so on. And if I keep doing this on page 5, we're going to get, look at this, we're going to get records from 48 up to 45. We don't get up to 50 because we reached the limit. Totally, we have 48 records, and we are on the 5th page. Now, this is the page parameter using which we can control which page data we want to load. But let me delete this page parameter. We can also provide per underscore page, and I'm going to change this into 50. And let's send the request. Now look at this. So we get the data. I'm going to collapse the data, but down below we have the meta, and inside meta we see from 1. Actually, it is not working. Why? Per page equals 50. Did I forget something? Per underscore page. Oh, yeah, I forgot something. So if I open the controller, we have implemented, by the way, in this controller already searching and sorting, which is not important right now. So I'm going to scroll that part, and I'm going to show you only the following section where we have this 10 hard-coded given into this paginate method. I'm going to remove this 10 because we have this given as hard-coded. That's why it is not working. It is not taking into consideration our per page. If I remove this 10, now it's going to start working. By default, worth mentioning that it is not 10, it is 15 by default. So if I scroll down below, we're going to see per page is 15, and we are seeing records from 1 to 15. But if I change this into per underscore page equals 50 and make the request now, okay, so we have to take this per page record and give this into paginate. For this, we're going to use request get per underscore page. We can call this a limit as well. So I'm taking whatever is given into this request per page and giving this into paginate. So send the request, and now if you scroll down below, we're going to see per page is 50, and with one request, with only one request, we get the entire data, entire 50 records from 1 to 48. And we can, of course, set this whatever number we want, like 25. Now we're going to get per page 25. And then if we combine this with page equals 2, we're going to get now the last 25 records, or 23 records, because we totally have 48, from 26 to 48. All right, that's so cool. Now let's focus on this searching and sorting, because this is also implemented already. And I'm going to explain this, what has been done so far here, but I'm going to do this step by step. First, look at this. So from the request, we check if request has search and if the search is not empty. Then on this database query, which is the user image generations query, on that query, we add where clause. Where generated prompt like is the operator, and we are using this request search inside % symbols on the both sides, which is a typical like operator. So we're going to find anything that has the search inside its generated prompt. So if I search for something like a dog or fluffy, let's add end symbol search equals dog. We're gonna hit the enter. Now we still see totally 48 records. That's because I simply duplicated the data, and we have only generated right now prompts out of the dog image. That's why dog is mentioned in every prompt. If I change this into cat, now we see totally there are 0 records. Now I'm going to do the following. I'm going to open a database client, and let's do this using Tinker. I'm going to bring up the console, and I'm going to simply type PHP Artisan Tinker. Okay, now I'm going to simply select the prompt, the first prompt. This is going to be up models. We call the model image generation, I think. It should be different name, to be honest. Prompt generation would be more logical, but anyway. So now we have the prompt. That's it. And I'm going to change this prompt right now. Prompt generated prompt. And I'm not going to completely change the prompt, but instead let's append a word like cat to it. Okay, then I'm going to save that prompt. Oops, what happened? Prompt T is missing here. Okay, I think save will it work? Now it's not working because we have this generated prompt assigned to it. So I'm going to reselect that prompt, and then I'm going to assign generated prompt, correct name, and then I am going to call save on that. Now this worked, and if we send the request, now we have totally 1 record. So through the following search query parameter, now we are able to filter the records by prompt. So you can add, of course, different query parameters where search equals cat, and we can provide end mime equals image/jpeg, whatever. So you can implement those type of filterings in this API, which is not implemented right now, and I can leave this to you as a challenge. Now I want to show you sorting as well. So here I have supported sorting by 4 columns: created at, generated prompt, original file name, and file size. To be honest, all the data is the same. Like generated prompt is the same, original file name is the same, file size, it's also the same. So we are going to change, let me open Tinker again, and I'm going to change this prompt right now into something like AAA. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. And let's save this. Okay, now let's go into our Postman, but before I go into the Postman, let me show you this till the end. So now we have this sorting supported by 4 columns, and the default sort field is created at, and the default direction is descending. So we want records which was recently created at the top of the list. Now, if the request has sort, and if the sort is not empty, then this is what we are doing. So we're taking that sort and we check if the sort starts with dash.
if it starts with dash, it means that we want to sort by descending order. All right. So then we simply remove that one from the sort field. So we take everything after the first character, and the first character is dash. So if we have minus created at, then after the following line, sort field will become created at. And the sort direction will become descending, and it should be descending because if it starts with minus, it means descending. In else case, if it does not start with minus, then the sort field is filled, whatever is taken from the request, and the sort direction is ascending. After which we do the following: we check if the sort field is in allowed sort fields. And allowed sort fields are only those 4 values. If we receive something else inside sort field, we don't want to use that for sorting. Now we have the sort direction as well. So if this sort field is in array, if it is not in the array of allowed sort fields, meaning if it's something else, then we fall back to created at descending. All right. After which we call query order by. We provide the sort field and we provide the sort direction. If we go in the Postman and we provide the following things: sort equals created underscore at. We send the request. Now I'm going to have a look at the, actually we see total equals 0 because we want to remove this search cat. We're looking for all the records which has cat inside the prompt, and there are no such records. We updated even that one which had cat into something like AAA. Okay, we're going to send the request without searching, and at the bottom we see yeah, by the way, per page we have 25 records, but we are sorting this by created at the top. So if we have a look in the list, we're going to see the first record will have the lowest created at, which is 13/50/06. The second record has the actually same date because I simply duplicated the records. But after some time, we're going to see a different date record. Like this is 25th of October, and this is 28th of October. You see, this is sorted by created date. If I provide minus here and send the request, then I see first records. Actually, we have this page. Let me remove this page as well. It's getting confusing, and let me remove this MIME as well. You can combine all them together, but to just test the functionality of the sort itself, I think it's better to have only one field. Now we have this minus created at, and we see this to be 10/28. So this is the very first record, 10/28. If I change this into sort equals created at, now I see created is 10/25. Right? So previously we were on the second page, that's why we saw slightly different data, but now this is the first record. If I change this into generated underscore prompt, we send the request, we're going to see the first record which has generated prompt AAA. This is exactly what we gave. If we change this into minus generated prompt, now this record will be very last record. We can change this page into 5, send the request. Okay, last page is actually 4, so we don't see anything. We're displaying 15 records per page, so 5 page doesn't have any data, but 4th page actually has some data, and we're going to find the very last record inside this data, and here we go. Now this is the very last record because we're sorting this using generated prompt in descending order. In the same way, we can provide other fields, whatever we have supported here, like the original file name and file size, and it is going to work in the correct way. Now, I want to explain what is course and how to configure course in your Laravel API. But for this, I'm going to need to create a frontend project and connect my frontend project into Laravel API. So make sure you have npm and Node.js installed in your project. If you have Laravel Herd,
quite probably you already have Node.js. If you are on Linux, Ubuntu, or any other distribution, you need to make sure you have Node.js and npm installed. Now I'm going to create new frontend project, and actually I'm going to create Vue.js project. Let's execute npm create vite at latest, and we're going to hit the enter. I'm going to type yes, and it's creating a Vite project, and I'm going to give it proper name, Laravel API testing from Vue. Okay, so I'm going to choose Vue.js. Actually, I can choose JavaScript, roll down Vite. No, I don't want this. Yes. Okay, the project was created and it is started on localhost port 5173, but I'm going to stop this and I am going to open using VS Code. And this is Laravel API testing from Vue. Cool. Let's open this using VS Code, second instance of VS Code. In the first instance, I have Laravel API. I'm going to bring up my terminal right now, and I'm going to execute npm run dev. Now we have the application started on localhost 5173. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to open this in my browser. I opened something else. Well, actually, I stopped. Okay. So here we go. So this is our Vue.js application. And now I want to make requests from my Vue.js into Laravel API and simply render the received prompts. So I want to test making requests from my Vue.js to Laravel API, nothing else. So I'm not going to implement the complete user interface from Vue.js right now, because I simply want to test this course functionality. For this, let's open source app. I don't want to overcomplicate thing. So I'm inside the app and here's the template. And I'm going to import now on mounted, and on mounted hook, I'm going to make request, and I'm going to use fetch to make request. This is going to be, let me take the URL from here. I don't need any kind of query parameters for simplicity. I can just make request on the default URL. I'm making fetch request right here. We get ren, then we have response.json, and inside then we get actual result, right? If I remember correctly. And we have to define data here as well. Const prompts equals use ref, and this is going to be empty array, and then prompts dot value equals results dot data. I think actually let's put a debugger here. Yeah, this is, I just want to see the data, received data. Even printing them inside the template is not important. So I saved this. Useref is not defined. Useref needs to be imported, right, from Vue. It is not useref, probably it is simply ref. Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. Okay, now let's have a look. So we are trying to make request on a localhost port 8000/API, whatever it is, from origin localhost 5173. Has been blocked by course policy. The access control allow origin header has a value localhost port 3000 that is not equal to the supplied origin. Have the server send the header with a valid value. And this is the typical course problem. So to explain what is course in general now, course stands for cross-origin resource sharing. And it is a mechanism to allow server to return data to specific domains. So in this case, our server is not allowed to return data to the following domain. It is only allowed to return data to the following domain, localhost port 3000. So in fact, if we open our Vite server, stop this, and execute this with port 3000, dash port, okay, we're going to open package.json, and we're going to provide dash port equals 3000 here. Somehow I mistakenly thought that providing dash port here, it was my mistake. Now we have this on localhost port 3000, and if we open this on localhost port 3000, we don't see the error, course error. We see a different error, to be honest, and that different error is the authentication related error. We're trying to get the information, the prompt generation information, while we are not actually authorized. That's a different thing. Now, in fact, just to make this very cool, we can take this auth token, and we can go inside our view application, and we can provide headers. We can provide one header is going to be content-type to be application/JSON. I'm going to duplicate this 2 more times. This is going to be accept header, and this is going to be authorization header. Inside authorization header, we're going to have bearer space and the token. Oops, what's the token? Hey, come on. Let's get this token. Paste here. Okay, cool. Now we save this, refresh it, and look at this. Inside the debugger, we have something, and as a result, we get the data. We have the data, links, and meta. So the entire result is the actual response, what we typically get when we make requests using Postman. We have 15 records right there. Okay, and that works because of the course, because our server allows localhost port 3000 to make requests. All right, and where is that information written? That information is written inside the course config file. So if we go inside Laravel application and expand this config and search for course PHP, if we're going to open this, we see the following configuration associative array. So we see paths, which is asterisk, meaning we allow course on every path. We allow course on every method. We allow course on only frontend URL. This is the key thing. And then we have allowed origin patterns, allowed headers, what headers can be allowed, exposed headers, and so on. But the key thing is this allowed origin. So if I change this right now, actually, let me first revert this into the default port and restart that. 5173. 5173. Okay, now we have this course issue. The data is not loaded. We don't see the debugger stopped because it doesn't come to the following place here. Okay, now let's open our API project, and we can open this front-end URL where we have this localhost 3000, and if we change this into 5173 and save that, and then refresh the Vue.js application, now the data will be loaded because we allowed 5173 port to access to our API. But we can go inside course, and if we're building a universal API for any frontend, we can write an asterisk here as well. Now, it does not matter from which domain we make request into our API, it is going to always work. However, if you are building something only for one domain or for multiple domains, then you should consider putting multiple domains here as well. So you can just put those domains as comma separated values inside the front-end URL. You should probably change this into front-end URLs and provide a different port here, or absolutely different name, production name, domain 1, domain 2, whatever you want. You might do this differently and not put this in the end. You might take this from some CSV file, ignored CSV file, or something else. But the thing is that if you want to allow multiple domains to make requests into your Laravel API, then you use asterisk and any domain will be able to send the request. If you don't want any domain, then you simply specify domain 1. Actually, not only domain, but including protocol and everything like HTTPS, whatever, HTTPS, example.com. This is the one domain. Second is going to be HTTPS, example2.com, and so on. So in this case, I'm going to change this into asterisk because I want to teach you how to build scalable APIs, and maybe your API can be used by any client. If you don't want any browser to make requests into your API, so you can leave this empty. You can leave this empty and nobody will be able to make requests into your API. Not port 5173, neither port 3000, no, like requests from browser to your API will be impossible. It's not going to work. Okay. However, requests from typical backend service to your API will be possible. Like in our case, Postman will still be able to send the requests into your API and receive the data, or any other third-party service which is not making requests from the browser will be able to send the requests. So this is the whole story about course, and in the paths and allowed methods, you can even configure on what methods the browser should be able to send the request. If you want, we can specify only get here, and meaning any, like we can provide asterisk here again, which means that from any origin to any path, only get requests are possible. So if I save this right now and refresh, we're going to get the data. If I change this into post, save, refresh, well, I think post in this case covers get as well, and that's why we have this data here. But the idea is that inside allowed methods we describe what methods we allow. And also I want to mention this options request, which we don't see right now. Let me deactivate this debugger completely, and I want to have a look in the, let's go into Vue.js first because we have an error. Result.data. Okay, that's fine. I want to show you this options request, which I don't see right now because it was already made and remembered. But now let's open incognito, and before I make request, I'm going to bring up the network, and I'm going to hit on enter. Now, yeah, immediately get request is made and it works. And that probably is because we have asterisk here. Let me return this back into this, and let me return this back into an asterisk because I want to show you something useful as well. We have port 5173, so we save everything, refresh, we get the result. Okay, that's good. Now let me change this into port 3000. Refresh. We get the course issue, but why don't I see preflight? Yeah, this is, I was searching inside the fetch XHR, but if we go inside all, we're going to see this prompt generation options request. That's it. So browser first makes options request into our server. And the purpose of this options request is to identify whether the browser has permission to send the request to the following URL or not. Okay. And this options request returns inside response. We have allow access control allow credentials true. We see allow origin is localhost 3000. And we see allow method is only get. So based on this information, then the subsequent request is sent and either failed or not. If I change this right now into asterisk again, resend the request. Now it is not failed, but right here, access control allow origin is the current domain. So that's because the server know from which request the request, from which browser and domain the request was made, and that domain is added into access control allow origin. Okay, so I know the information might be a little bit too much, but I wanted to give you a brief understanding how course works. Now I want to give you a very crash course, yes, that's correct, very crash course of using PEST as testing framework into your Laravel APIs. We're going to cover very basics, how to create new PEST file, how to send the request, how to write a simple test of your API endpoint. And I think this is going to be a great starting point, which you can extend and improve step by step. So what I'm going to do right now is create new PEST file, new test file. But before I do this, we're going to explore this existing tests folder, inside which we have an example test, which is something not really helpful, which we can delete. And we can have a look inside feature/auth, which comes, basically these files comes with these files, come with Laravel Breeze. Laravel Breeze gives the authentication test, email verification, and all these things. But the thing is that Laravel Breeze, as I mentioned a couple of times, is trusting that we're building the API for a browser. So the tests are kind of browser for browsers as well. So if we have a look, right here, we're sending a typical post request on the following URL. Then the user must be authenticated, and then assert no content basically means that the response should not contain any content. So this is the test for the code we had previously in the authenticated session controller, which is right now called a logging controller, right? We called this a logging controller. Previously, it was authenticated session controller, and it was doing the exact same thing. The test is testing. So authenticating, session regeneration, and returning with no content. But we're going to do this slightly differently, okay? So we can reuse the same file, authentication test, or we can do this slightly differently, okay? I'm going to leave this authentication test, and maybe we can delete this later, but I want to show you how you can generate also new test file. For this, we're going to execute PHP Artisan make test, and I'm going to call this login API test. We're going to hit the enter. Login API test was created. We're going to open this, and that test file was created under tests feature login API test, because this is related into authentication. If we want to generate this inside auth, we're going to delete this, and we're going to re-execute the same command, but we're going to provide auth/login API test. Now that was generated inside auth folder. Now let's open this, and we have this very basic and simple test, which simply checks that the / returns with status code. We're going to delete this. We don't need this part. So we're going to start testing with the API. And the first test, what we are going to write is to check if the authentication for the user works with the correct email and password. User can log in with valid credentials via API. So we are testing this through API when the response type is JSON, not something redirect. So this is our first test. Now we're going to create a user right now, and then we're going to authenticate it with that user. To create the user, I'm using user factory, and I'm calling create. So we have not talked about factories at all. If you want to know more about factories in general or every single detail about the factories, you can check my Laravel for Beginners course, first 11 hours on YouTube, 24 total, the full course, 24 hours on my website. But right now, if we have user factory, I want to open this. User factory actually comes with Laravel, and it has several definitions right here. The factory class in general is helpful when we want to generate bunch of data for the model. And user factory defines how each property should be generated. So in this case, it generates fake name, fake email verified at is going to be now. It hashes the password plain text into a hash, and it has this remember token to be some random string. However, when calling user factory create, we can also provide additional fields, override those fields. For example, we can provide email to be always something what we want, such as test@example.com, and then we can provide the password to be bcrypt of password 123. All right, so now the user is created, and now we're going to send the request. We know that the user exists in the database. Okay, let's send the request. We're going to use this, and we're going to use the method post JSON. And we're sending the request on /API/v1/login. Or login is, I think, without v1, right? So we're passing this associative array, email, and password here. The password, of course, needs to be plain password. So we're sending post request on the following URL, and we got the response. Now on that response, we have a couple of helpful methods which we can call and check if the user successfully authenticated or not. For example, on response, we can call method assert status. Assert status checks if the response has the following status code, 200 as an example. So we expect that the response should have status code 200. We can actually, let me execute this. I don't want other tests to be executed. So what I want to do is probably delete this authentication test. Yeah, I want to delete this authentication test. We should probably also delete registration test because that works also slightly differently. We have not touched email verification and password reset, so maybe we can leave them. But let me test PHP Artisan test. Okay, some was passed, some was failed. That was our API login API test was passed. Look at this, and the password reset was failed. That's fine. We can live with that, which we're going to fix later, but we're focusing on this login API test, which successfully completed. So the authentication works and the response returned with the status code 200. But optionally, we can add different assert methods, and you can find all the methods right here. So right now, I want to check that the returned JSON structure, assert JSON structure, looks like this. So we expect user to be presented there, which should be an object, and there should be ID, there should be name, and there should be email of the returned user. Okay, but also the response should contain token. Additionally, I want to check assert JSON, that returned user has the following JSON inside. It should have user, and each user should, like not each, but the user should have ID, which is going to be just created user's ID. It should have name, which is going to be just created user's name, and it should have email, which is going to be just created user's email. Okay, so far so good. Now we're testing all these three things, that the status code is 200, we have the following structure, and the following JSON is returned. We can also check that the token is not empty, but we can do this using a different way. Like we're going to use expect method, expect response JSON for token. We're taking out token from the JSON, and then we use not to be empty. Cool. And finally, I want to check that the user needs to be authenticated. This assert authenticated, that the user is authenticated after all this. So again, let's send the request. Actually, if we execute --help right here, we're going to find some parameters using which we can only execute a specific test. So where's that? Okay, let me just try to execute PHP Artisan test auth / login API test. Auth login API test not found. Maybe we're going to use this \. I know there's a way, just I don't remember by heart. Yeah, I don't remember all the things by heart. Okay, that doesn't work. This is the way how we're going to execute a single test. PHP Artisan test -- filter equals and our class name. When we execute this, we're going to see that the test has been successfully completed, meaning our test actually works, and that's great. So if we create like user with email test2@example.com, then we don't expect that test to pass because this actually should fail. So we're sending a request with a test. Actually, let's create test@example.com and then check if there is test2 in the database. That should fail. That was failed. These credentials do not match our records. Now I'm going to add second test, which tests that invalid email authentication with invalid email doesn't work in our application. So I'm going to minimize this part and I'm going to paste this test and explain this. So we are creating, actually, we're going to return this into test2 first. So this should be a valid text that the user can authenticate. Now here, that the user cannot log in with invalid email via API. So we create the user with the following email, then we try to authenticate with the wrong email, and we expect status code 422, plus there should be a validation error on email property, and we're checking that the user is guest, not authenticated. Okay, that's pretty cool. Another test which I want to put in our project. So user cannot log in with invalid password via API. So we create the user again, then we send the request into login API endpoint with a wrong password. In this case, email is correct, but the password is wrong. All right. Then we expect 422 status code. Again, we expect the validation error to be on email because no matter whether email is wrong or password is wrong, we are still checking we are still adding the error message on the email. Okay, let's see this. Login controller. Scroll at the top. Login request. Open this. And we see here authenticate. And this attempt, if this attempt is failed, we return with a validation exception with a message on email property. So this is the key thing. Okay, now we added this third test to check that the authentication doesn't work. Now I'm going to copy another test here. Our login requires email field. If we don't provide email field at all during login, we expect that there should be a test. I'm going to copy another one, which should be that the password is required. So we are testing that the password is required as well. Another test to test that the email must be a valid email address. So this is wrong. If we try to authenticate with the following email and password, we expect 422 status code. And we also are going to check that throttling works. So this is what we are doing. Login is rate limited after too many attempts. So we create the user, then we try 5 times to authenticate with a wrong password. Okay, then on the 6th successful attempt, we expect status code 422 with validation error on email as well. But there's one key thing what we are going to do, and this is about clearing out the throttling. So before each, we need the following function. Before each test, the following code should be executed. So because we are using test@example.com in every test for the user, so we're going to clear, and we're going to execute the tests from a local domain. So we're clearing out the rate limiter before every test. Okay, so I'm going to minimize this, and we're going to focus on this one. And before the following test is run, the rate limit will be cleared out, and we're sending 5 requests solely in this test. And if it fails, then 6th one will not allow us to authenticate as well. And the last test, not the last one, but actually I have a couple of tests in this file, but that's going to be the only test file we're going to focus. So we're going to check that the login works after late limit expires. That is also a very important thing. So we create the user, we make 5 failed attempts, and this triggers rate limiting. Then we clear the rate limit, and then we try to log in with the correct email and password, and we expect status code 200 with the following JSON structure, and we expect the user to be authenticated. Okay, another test. Login endpoint requires guest middleware. So we create the user and we try to authenticate as already authenticated user. Okay, so look at this, acting as the following user. So we're trying to log in with this user, with the Sanctum authentication middleware. Okay, and in this case, we expect 302 status code depending on the middleware configuration. So we will be redirected, we should be redirected somewhere when we try the following thing. And final test, this is going to check that the login response contains correct user data structure. So we provide John Doe, we provide the email and provide the password, we create this. Then we send the login request, we expect 200 status code, we expect the user information to be there, the ID, John Doe, email here, and we take the entire response data and we check that the user does not have key password and doesn't have key remember token. So those are secret information, and we're simply testing that we don't expose this information and we don't return in the API. Now we're going to bring up terminal and I'm going to execute PHP Artisan test -- filter equals login API test. And look at this, 10 tests, all of them passed from our login API test. Well, in our application, we don't have taking care of this email verification part or password reset part at all. So I'm going to remove them completely from tests as well. From the unit, we also have one example test, which simply checks true equals true. That's fine. But I removed any test except this login API test, and I give you a challenge to add register API tests in the following way like we did for login. And now if I execute PHP Artisan test without any kind of filter, it runs this example test and everything else, and all of them are passing. Now I'm going to start working on deployment part.
If you get Hostinger's shared hosting, whether this is a business plan or premium plan, then you're going to have access to the following dashboard. Right here, you have your to-dos, your websites, your VPSs, and everything what you have purchased or you have gained on Hostinger. So what I'm going to do right now is to either continue creating or migrating a website or start creating or migrating website. I have two business web hosting plans right now. And I also have free domain, which I can claim. So if you get, again, business plan hosting, you're also going to have this free domain. Let's start with the domain claim. And I'm going to give this IO extension, and let's search for like Laravel API course.io. Check availability. This is available. We can check com domain as well. Let's try if this is available. Laravel API course. API course. Check availability. This is also available. And one last time, Laravel API.com. Of course, this will not be available. Laravel API.io is available. Okay, let's get this Laravel API.io. Pretty cool domain. Okay, since I already claimed the domain, now I can set up my business plan hosting and I can use this domain. So I can click on this create or migrate, which is going to do the exact same thing what this continue does. Basically, once I click this create or migrate, it started the process and then it changed these two buttons. So I'm going to click on continue. And then let's go back. And then we have this create website or bring your website to Hostinger. So we're going to create new website. So then click on next. Then we have a couple of options. We're going to choose WordPress version or Hostinger website builder. And we also have this empty PHP HTML site, which is what I'm going to do. And then we have to assign the domain. My domain is laravel.api.io. So this is what I'm going to choose. And then we're going to click next. Because we are registering a new domain, we have to enter domain-specific and required information. The contact information basically is pretty much what domain registration requires. I'm going to click Finish Registration right here for the domain details. Then we're going to choose the location. I'm going to leave this to the default one and we're going to click Next. Now, this is going to take a few minutes to initialize it and have our hosting ready. Meanwhile, let's go into our repository, which is on purpose a private repository. I did this on purpose, which I will switch into public repository after I finish recording this video, but I want to first give you full details on the private repository, how you can do this on private repo. Setup has been completed. If we have a look at the following domain and click on this, so this is the default Hostinger's page when you add a new website to the hosting. However, this might be still pending. It sometimes requires a couple of minutes. So if in your case this doesn't open and show DNS records, don't get scared, don't panic. Go just inside the menu, go inside SSL, and you're going to see SSL status. Probably the SSL will be in installing phase still, and that's why you don't see it working. In my case, it's active. That's why when I click on this, the application opens. Now, let's deploy our project on the following domain. So this is my project as I talked, and I'm going to go into settings of this project and click on secrets and variables and actions and just show you that we don't have any secret variables. Then go inside deploy keys. Again, we don't have anything inside the deploy keys. Okay, all that will be added through API from our script. This is the project. This is my open source project, which you can use to deploy your Laravel projects into Hostinger's shared hosting. I'm going to copy the following command. Then I'm going to open my project and I'm going to paste the following and hit the enter. So I'm installing my project. Version 0.3.0 is right now the latest version. Of course, I'm going to develop this, and when you install this, the version might be slightly different. But the main thing is that when we add this in our project, now we need to configure .en file and provide there a couple of parameters. Let's open en file and scroll at the very bottom, and I'm going to add my parameters here. Then I'm going to go into my Hostinger account,
we're going to click on SSH and click on that. The SSH status by default will be inactive. We have to enable this. So I'm going to click on this. Then we need to authenticate. We can authenticate. We don't need to, but we can authenticate with the following SSH details. And there are two types of authentication in SSH, using password and using public-private keys. I really encourage you to authenticate using public-private keys. And I also have the small documentation section about this, about the SSH authentication setup. You're going to execute the following command on your machine to generate public-private keys, and then you can copy your public key to the server with the following command. Just make sure to provide port as well in case of Hostinger, because Hostinger has a different port. It is not the default SSH port. Okay, just to provide the port, you're going to use the following way: -p space and the port name in the following command if you want so. Now, I already have public-private keys generated on my machine. Okay, if you don't have, please generate it. You can use PuTTY as well to generate this on Windows as an example. I'm going to click this Add Public Key. Then I'm going to copy my public key from my machine. Typically, public-private keys are located under your home directory.ssh folder. And here I'm going to open id_rsa.pub file. So this pub means a public key. So I'm going to get this, paste, work, laptop. I'm going to add the record. After this, I am already able to authenticate to the server with the following SSH command, and it is not going to ask me password. But the script, what I have just installed, this requires those en variables, so we have to configure them. That's one thing. Second, this also requires SSH exec command to be installed. I'm going to search for this exec inside requirements, not the SSH, but the PHP exec function to be available. So we're going to do these two things. First, let's copy IP, go in our env, and well, let me actually copy these templates, env keys. I'm going to copy them, paste here. We need IP. I'm going to provide the IP. We need port. We need username. And we need the website directory, which is going to be our website name. We call this Laravel API.io. This is the folder name. As for the GitHub token, we're going to generate this. Go into your profile, settings, then click on developer settings at the very bottom, click on personal access tokens, fine-grained tokens, and click new, generate new token. We're going to give it a name, Hostinger token. Then we're going to give it description optionally, choose the owner, set the expiration date, and I'm going to select only specific repository. So I'm generating this only for this one. And that repository is going to be Laravel API course 2025. This is my repo. Okay, and I'm going to give two permissions. One is going to be administration, and second is going to be secrets. Okay. Just make sure you give a read and write permissions in both cases, because this permission will be necessary to add deploy key to our repository, and this permission will be necessary to create actions secret variables. Now I'm going to generate, I'm going to copy this and paste here. And one last thing before I execute the deploy command is to enable SSH not SSH, but exec function from PHP. So I'm going to click on this PHP configuration. Optionally, you can switch to different PHP version. That's also fine. But I'm going to go into PHP options. And right here, we have this disable functions. And I'm going to remove exec from here because I need that exec, or more specifically, the package. What this open source package needs that exec function to exec something on our server. That's logical. All right. After this, we can already execute the command. PHP Artisan Hostinger. We have a couple of commands. Here we have Hostinger deploy, which simply deploys our application into Hostinger shared hosting. We have publish workflow, which publishes the GitHub Actions workflow into our repository. We have setup CI/CD, which sets up automatic deployment. It publishes the workflow as well and creates secret variables through this using this GitHub API token. And our deploy, by the way, creates a deploy key, adds deploy key in our project. So again, I'm going to go into my repository, I'm going to go into settings, and I'm going to click on deploy keys, and nothing is there. Now let's execute the following command, Hostinger deploy and set up CI/CD, which should do everything what we need. PHP, Artisan, Hostinger deploy and set up CI/CD. Okay. Now, let's have a look. GitHub API connection has been successful. Okay, so the connection on API didn't work. Not the API, but SSH connection didn't work. That's strange. We added public key, as I remember. So let's go into SSH section, click on SSH access. Let's see. It is enabled. This is our IP. Okay. I'm going to copy this, and we have this public key edit. Okay, that's strange. So I'm going to copy this, open terminal, paste, and hit the enter. Okay, so let me accept this once. Yeah, I'm authenticated. Now, let's re-execute that. Strange, it asks me for the password. Okay, the reason is that I don't know why, how, but I don't have the proper username right here. So maybe I didn't paste this. So I'm going to copy these and paste here. And I think that's it. So now let's execute this again, and we're going to wait. SSH connection successful. Generating SSH keys on server. So it is going to generate these keys, and it's going to take this public key and put in our project. Now let's go into our project, refresh that. And now it added this deploy key right here. Now it detected that there is not a Laravel project in the following folder, and this is the Hostinger's default page basically. So we're going to replace this with Laravel project. Optionally, we can cancel the deployment if we don't want. Now it is going to replace everything. It is going to clone from the following repository. Yep. And by the way, the deployment completed successfully. It has been already completed. And now what it is doing is creating secret variables. It also published this GitHub Actions workflow file, and everything is done. Done. So we can open this. And this is our API. We can access into /docs API, and this is our API documentation. And it is as simple as that. And it also created these actions. So right here we see all those actions, and it published in our project repository. It created this GitHub Actions workflow file. And we're going to commit this and push in our repository. And whenever something is changed, the deployment will happen automatically. If you notice, when we access Laravel API.io, we see this env2 corresponds to local. Actually, let's test this. I'm going to open web.php env2. I'm going to remove this 2. I'm going to save this. And now I have a couple of changes, and I am going to basically commit all of them. I'm going to auto-generate the commit message. I'm going to click on commit. I'm going to sync all the changes. Let's go into our repository, click on actions. It is still pushing. Let's refresh that and look at this. So the actions workflow action has triggered, and we have 3 jobs. I'm going to pause the recording and come back when this is done.
And the deployment has been completed, and if we refresh, now we see EN corresponds to local. And just like this, we deployed our project, and we also have automatic deployment. If you're interested to make some changes in your project, you can always access to the project using this SSH terminal. Let's open new terminal, paste, hit the enter. Now we're going to navigate into domains folder, Laravel API, and this is our Laravel project. And we can type ls-la and we see all the Laravel files right here. We can execute all Artisan commands we want from here. We can open .en file, and we can optionally change the database connection from SQLite into MySQL. And by the way, Hostinger comes with MySQL support as well. So we can click on MySQL, click on remote MySQL, and we can create new database. We can take those database credentials and put them right here. The host will be local, this one, 127.0.0.1, or localhost, the port will be the default one, and you can adjust the database username and password and re-execute the migrations. Okay, because we are building a production ready API, you have to adjust the application name. We are gonna change this env into prod. We're gonna disable debug into false, and we are going to change this domain as well, https laravel-api.com. Now I'm gonna quit from here, and just like this, we have deployed our production ready API with several steps. When you switch your application environment into production mode and then try to access your application documentation section, you're going to get this 403 forbidden. That's by default. The dedoc scramble package we are using does not allow to view documentations if you are not in a local mode. For this, we're going to publish the configuration file by executing PHP Artisan vendor publish --tag equals scramble config. We're going to hit the enter. The following config file will be published. We're going to open the following configuration file and find at the bottom this middleware section, which has web and restricted docs access middleware. So I'm going to click on this and look at this. So if the environment is local, then okay. If the gate allows view API docs, then it is also okay. So what we need to do is either add this view API docs gate, or like my opinion is that we're going to simply remove this because we're making the documentation public for everyone, and it should be as simple as that. Now I'm going to commit and publish this, and the workflow will be triggered, and the actions will start running, and the deployment will happen automatically. Let's go into, let's wait until this is pushed. Okay, it got pushed. Now let's click on actions again. And this is in progress. Let's wait. Deployment has been completed. Let's go into our browser, refresh this, and it started working. All right, my friends, that's it for this video, and thanks for watching. I hope you learned a lot of new things. Again, if something wasn't clear, feel free to leave them in the comment section down below. I will do my best to answer your questions. And please leave a comment what tutorial you want to see next on this channel. Finally, start using AI, or you will be replaced. Just believe me and start using AI as much as you can.